Chapter 3163. Variant Species. As soon as Zish Shinhan finished speaking, Harue's right foot stomped on the ground, and a violent energy erupted from his body. Dragon scales crazily spread all over Harue's body, and soon his entire body was covered in thick scales. His pair of dark golden eyes looked sharp and terrifying. In that instant, Harue completely unleashed his dragon bloodline, and his strength rose to an extremely terrifying level. Although Harue was still only at the early stage of the creation realm, the sharp aura he exuded far surpassed that of the early stage of the creation realm. Whoosh! Harue instantly arrived in front of Gowin. At this moment, he had completely transformed into a dragon man. He was more than 10 meters tall and densely covered in dragon scales. In particular, the dragon tail behind him was slender and straight, filled with an intense, intimidating aura. Rumble! The instant Harue arrived in front of Gowin, his right fist, which had been accumulating power, exploded through the air and landed in front of Gowin's face. This fist was too terrifying. The surrounding air actually emitted continuous explosions, as if something was exploding in a large area. Gowin frowned. He clearly hadn't expected Harue to use his full strength right from the start. Bang! Gowin crossed his arms in front of him, and then Harue's fist landed on his arms. Thump, thump, thump. Gowin retreated repeatedly, and with every step he took, an extremely terrifying explosion would erupt under his feet. This was the sound of his feet colliding with the ground, and the ground couldn't withstand the force and shattered. The instant Gowin stopped, a violent gale swept over. Harue took advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He wanted to completely annihilate Gowin. Thump, thump, thump. Harue was like a god of war, throwing out punch after punch. Each punch could shatter space and freeze time. Under Harue's violent attacks, Gowin could only passively dodge and retreat, seemingly without any ability to resist. Great Protector Jie inwardly sighed at this scene. He smiled and said to Mei beside him, "City Lord, it looks like Harue is going to win this time." Mei frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Jie, haven't you noticed that Gowin hasn't attacked at all? He's basically just defending. Even if his bloodline is inferior to Harue's, he's still an early-stage Lord of Creation. It's impossible for him to not be able to unleash a single attack." Jie thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Gowin's performance was indeed too weak. Rumble! Harue's speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he appeared at Gowin's left side. His right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely punched the space on Gowin's left side. Bang! In that instant, Gowin barely managed to free a hand to block Harue's fist. A strong wind swept out as the fist wind exploded. Then, Gowin let out a muffled groan as he flew backwards, smashing heavily into the ground not far away. Harue gasped for breath. Seeing that Gowin had been knocked to the ground by him, his heart relaxed a lot. He gently wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He knew that Gwen's injuries were not light after being suppressed by him like this. He was afraid that Gwen might not even be able to get up now. Although Harue was infuriated by Gwen's arrogance, he wasn't someone who would willfully slaughter the innocent. He slowly walked towards Gowin and indifferently said, "Gowin, I won't take your life, but before that you have to apologize to me for your previous provocation and contempt." "As long as you apologize, the enmity between us will be severed, and I won't attack you." Gowin slowly stood up. He looked at Harue with a mocking gaze and said, "Harue, I said that you don't have the qualifications to be my opponent, but you think too highly of yourself and look down on me. Today, I'll let you know the price you have to pay for looking down on me." Harue looked at Gowin in astonishment and said in a deep voice, "You won't apologize? Then you're courting death." Harue coldly snorted and took a step forward. His right hand, covered in dragon scales, clenched into a fist. He moved as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Gowin. Harue punched out, and a world-shaking dragon roar resounded. Immediately after, a huge shadow of a dragon swept up behind Harué. The dragon circled in the air behind Harué, bringing with it a supreme dragon's might that suppressed everything in the surroundings. This is my innate ability, Dragon's Might, and also my strongest attack. If you can survive this attack, I won't attack you again and will spare your life. If you're unlucky enough to die from this attack, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. Your death won't be regrettable. Harué's gaze was cold. His right fist finally landed in front of Goen. The incomparably huge dragon shadow swooped down, and with Harué's fist, it instantly enveloped Wen's tiny figure. In the corridor, the expressions of Meng Tiangon and the other higher-ups of Dark Rock City all changed slightly. Harué's innate ability, Dragon's Might, was extremely powerful, especially when it was supported by Dragon's Might. It definitely surpassed the strength of an ordinary early-stage Lord of Creation. It had already reached the level of a mid-stage Lord of Creation. Only Zish Shinhan stood calmly in place, calmly watching the scene unfold in the open space. Mei Ying and Chief Enforcer Ying just sighed softly. They'd originally thought that Goen might have been holding back and waiting for the final moment to erupt. Now it seemed that they'd been overthinking things. Goen really didn't have any real ability. Under Harué's terrifying Dragon's Might, even if Goen didn't die, he'd lose a layer of skin. Rip. Just as everyone's expressions were different and their imaginations were running wild, the violent dragon suddenly wailed and was torn apart. What had torn it apart was an enormous whale, even larger than the dragon. This whale was 3 times the size of the dragon and was extraordinarily fast. There was a sharp spiral horn on its head. It was this whale that had torn the dragon apart. The instant the dragon was torn apart, Harué suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he couldn't help but retreat several dozen steps. His gaze was filled with disbelief. When he raised his head, he saw Goen slowly walking out of the dust. That incomparably huge whale circled above Goven's head, constantly circling and crying, its voice loud and deafening. How can your innate ability be so terrifying? You're clearly not one of the 10 great races. Harué was shocked. He clutched his chest and spoke in a hoarse voice. Goen slowly walked over with a mocking smile on his face. He faintly said, "I'm indeed not from one of the top 10 clans. To be honest, my birth is very humble. I'm only from the Luoyu clan. The Luoyu clan is a lowly race at the bottom of the primitive heaven domain. They're far inferior to your dragon clan. But so what? So what if you, Harué, were born with a noble background? So what if you were born with a golden spoon in your mouth? You're going to die at my hands today." Goen sneered and suddenly sped up. The enormous whale above his head cried out excitedly, "This guy's a variant. Harué, hurry up and admit defeat." Chapter 3164. Gavin's Power. Mei Ying's face turned ugly. She had not expected Goen to be a mutant. Goen was right. The Luoyu clan was indeed a lowly clan at the bottom of the primitive heaven realm. Such a lowly race had almost no status in the great, desolate heaven realm. Their treatment was equivalent to that of a slave. The entire race lived a miserable life. However, Goen wasn't an ordinary fish. He was a mutant. Although he was born lowly, he had the aura of a mutant above his head. Mutants were a race that had undergone a mutation, and this mutation could happen to any race. Mutants had both advantages and disadvantages because it was an extreme process. When a species mutated, they would either become very strong or very weak. In the history of the 10 great races, there had been some cases of mutation. However, most of them had become very weak. Some had even been crippled and were worse than mortals. As for Goen, he was born lowly, but he had such great luck. Not only had he mutated, but he had also become so powerful. Mei Ying could tell at a glance that Goen's innate ability was many times stronger than Harué's. Harué also came back to his senses. He hurriedly admitted defeat and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, Gu Wen's face was filled with a mocking sneer. Shortly after, Gu Wen's figure disappeared from his original position as fast as lightning, rushing towards Hao Rui. Hao Rui could clearly feel the killing intent in Gu Wen's eyes. He knew that Gu Wen really wanted to kill him. Bang! Before Hao Rui could completely withdraw, a strong gust of wind came from behind him, smashing heavily into his spine. Hao Rui screamed in pain. He could clearly feel that his spine had been shattered by that punch. That intense pain made him feel like he was better off dead than alive. Hao Rui fell to the ground. Before he could recover, Gwyn had already arrived beside Hao Rui. Gwyn's right foot stomped down on Hao Rui's head, causing it to slam into the ground. Hao Rui's skills are not as good as his opponent's. I admit defeat now. There's no need to fight anymore. Mei Ying looked at Zish Xinhan and said in a low voice. Ziju Xinhan's mouth curled into a playful smile as he said, Mei Ying, did you not hear my words clearly? Just now, Hao Rui and Gu Wen had already decided on a death match. In a battle of life and death, victory and defeat can only be determined by life and death. Nothing else can decide. If Hao Rui of your Hongxian Divine City wants to survive, then he can only do so by defeating Gu Wen. Mei Ying was furious. She looked coldly at Zish Xinhan and said in a hoarse voice, Do you want Hao Rui to die in front of me? Ziju Xinhan quickly raised his hands and said, Mei Ying, how could I do such a cruel thing? As long as you agree to be my woman, I will listen to you. I will stop this kind of thing. Mei Ying was silent. She didn't think that Zish Xinhan would actually use this kind of thing to threaten her. Hao Rui was Hongxian God City's future hope. She naturally didn't want Hao Rui to fall just like that, but she didn't want to marry Zish Xinhan even more. For a moment, Mei Ying was in a dilemma. Zish Xinhan saw that Mei Ying had fallen into silence, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. He then gave Gu Wen a meaningful look. Gu Wen, who got the hint, grinned. Soon after, he lifted the half-dead Hao Rui with one hand and threw him into the air. Gu Wen jumped up and appeared beside Hao Rui in the air. He then raised his right leg above his head and smashed it into Hao Rui's abdomen. Hao Rui grimaced in pain. He fell like a meteor and smashed into the ground. Gu Wen hovered in the air and looked down coldly at Hao Rui. He said indifferently, Good for nothing, farewell. After Gu Wen finished speaking, the phantom of the huge whale in the air suddenly whistled and fell towards Hao Rui. Powerful and violent wind-breaking sounds, as well as terrifying tearing sounds, swept across the entire open space. Mei Ying's expression changed greatly. The phantom of the huge whale summoned by Gu Wen was too terrifying. She was very clear that if Hao Rui was hit by the phantom of the huge whale, he would definitely be smashed to pieces and die without a burial place. Stop! Mei Ying couldn't just sit and wait for death. Hao Rui was the future hope of Hongxian Divine City. He was the most likely candidate to become the next city lord. How could Mei Ying just watch such an outstanding junior die in front of him like this? Unfortunately, Mei Ying's figure was immediately intercepted by Zish Xinhan. Scram! Mei Ying's body emitted a faint light, and then he disappeared. Soul surprise attack? It's a pity that I've long been on guard against your innate ability. Zish Xinhan's lips curled into a playful smile. Soon after, he took out a blue talisman and threw it out. Instantly, countless blue threads gushed out from the blue talisman. Soon after, these blue threads spread throughout the entire area. When he was about 10 meters away from Hao Rui, Mei Ying's figure was forced to appear. The moment he appeared, Mei Ying felt an intense numbness spread throughout his body. He couldn't move at all. Of course, this numbness only appeared for a breath of time before disappearing. But this breath of time was too crucial. He had lost his last chance to save Hao Rui. It was also at this moment that Zish Xinhan rushed to Mei Ying's side. his right hand wrapped around his slender waist, and they left the area in an instant. Rumble! The giant whale landed on the ground, submerging Harue's figure. Immediately after, the entire area, and even the entire dark rock divine city, shook violently. Everyone in the city panicked and didn't know what was going on. However, none of the people present knew that at the moment the giant whale landed, a figure had quietly rushed in. Rip! Suddenly, the giant whale phantom was torn apart by an indescribably powerful force. It was torn into pieces and then into fine powder. Everyone in the corridor was stunned. Even Gu-Wen, who was floating in the air, was stunned. In his opinion, Harue must have been torn to pieces by the giant whale phantom. Then, the giant whale phantom would return to his side. But now it was the giant whale phantom that was torn apart. Could it be Harue's doing? Gu-Wen found it inconceivable. In his opinion, Harue couldn't compare to him at all. How could he tear apart his giant whale phantom? The giant whale phantom dissipated, and a figure slowly walked out. This figure's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but his exposed body was actually emitting a sparkling and translucent light, like the light of a firefly. At the same time, Gu-Wen also noticed that beside this figure, there was another figure in a sorry state. After the two figures walked out of the smoke and dust, everyone could finally see their faces clearly. The sorry figure being supported was naturally Harue, whose spine had been severely injured. Chapter 3165. Furious Gu-Wen. Gu-Wen furrowed his brows as he stared at the approaching black-haired, black-eyed youth. He was certain that he'd never seen this youth before. He was a complete stranger. But just now, the giant whale phantom he'd summoned with his innate ability had been torn apart by an extremely powerful force. He suspected that the source of that force was the black-haired, black-eyed youth in front of him. But soon, doubt arose in Gu-Wen's heart. The aura of the black-haired youth supporting Harue was exceedingly weak. According to Gu-Wen's estimation, the youth was only an eternal overlord. With such a cultivation, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a casual blow from the giant whale phantom, much less withstand the attack. Mei-Ying and Chief Enforcer Ying, Jie's eyes lit up when they saw the black-haired youth. They were naturally no strangers to the black-haired youth. It was Zhuo-Wen. They knew that Zhuo-Wen was very strong. Back then, he'd knocked Harue to the ground with a single blow and displayed a heaven-defying performance in Death Canyon. Mei-Ying wasn't surprised that Zhuo-Wen had been able to block the giant whale phantom's attack. Of course, Mei-Ying wasn't excited because Zhuo-Wen had rushed over to save Harue. It was because she knew that Zhuo-Wen's arrival meant that Zhuo-Wen had destroyed the array foundations of all the grand formations in Dark Rock Divine City. Zish Shinhan naturally noticed Mei-Ying's strange behavior. He glanced at the black-haired youth, supporting Harue, and narrowed his eyes disdainfully. Zhuo-Wen's cultivation was clear as day in Zish Shinhan's eyes. He was merely an eternal overlord. In Zish Shinhan's opinion, trash like this could be squashed to death with a flick of his finger. He didn't need to care at all. On the other hand, Meng Tiangon, who was standing behind Zish Shinhan, frowned the moment he saw Zhuo-Wen. He'd clearly sent two of his subordinates to follow the youth closely. If there was a chance, he'd kill the brat immediately. In Meng Tiangon's opinion, this person had already been killed by his two subordinates, so he didn't care that his two subordinates hadn't returned. But now, Meng Tiangon saw that Zhuo-Wen had returned, but his two subordinates had disappeared. He knew that his two subordinates wouldn't be able to return. They must have been killed by this kid. How did this little bastard manage to kill two early-stage Lords of Creation? Meng Tiangon didn't understand. How could a mere eternal overlord kill two early-stage creators? Moreover, not a single rumor had leaked out. It was obvious that his two subordinates had been killed in a short period of time, so no one had noticed. Of course, what puzzled Meng Tiangon even more was that Gu-Wen's giant whale phantom hadn't been able to kill this person. Meng Tiangon naturally did not believe that Zhuowen was the one who dealt with the giant whale phantom. He subconsciously thought that Zhuowen must have a protective treasure that Meng left for him, which was why he was able to avoid the calamity just now. Who are you? Guwen walked forward and blocked Zhuowen's path. Zhuowen looked up at Guwen and said indifferently, Who are you? Why are you blocking my path? Guwen sneered, his eyes filled with arrogance as he pointed at Hao Rui, who was being supported by Zhuowen, and said, This person has a life and death battle with me. In order to determine life and death, this battle has yet to end. Don't you think it's a bit too much for you to interfere? Also, this is the city, Lord's Manor of Dark Rock, Divine City. Who do you think you are? How dare you barge into the city, Lord's Manor? Do you really want to die? Immortal Master Shua. This person is called Guwen. He is the #1 genius of Dark Rock, Divine City. Although he isn't a genius of the 10 major tribes, he is a powerful mutant. His talent and strength are both terrifying. Hao Rui's face was pale as he spoke. Oh, so it's the #1 genius of Dark Rock, Divine City. I've never heard of you. Zhuowen nodded and waved his hand impatiently at Guwen. If you don't have anything else to say, then scram. Don't block my path. You're courting death. Guwen was enraged. His pride was even greater than Hao Rui's. Moreover, he'd completely crushed Hao Rui in the battle just now. His pride had grown even stronger. Now, a mere eternal overlord Ant actually dared to clamor and tell him to scram in front of him. How could Guwen tolerate this? At this moment, Gwyn acted. Guwen's right foot stomped forward, his powerful aura locking onto Zhuowen. He didn't conceal the killing intent in his eyes. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Gwyn, his footsteps not stopping at all as he continued forward. I say, it's best if you don't attack. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Zhuowen's voice was cold, with a hint of hoarseness. Guwen felt a sudden chill, but he quickly came to his senses. He was inwardly annoyed that he'd been frightened by a mere eternal overlord. A mere eternal overlord trash dares to be so arrogant in front of me? I'd like to see how you'll threaten my life today. Guwen attacked. His right hand moved like lightning, grabbing at Zhuowen's head. His strength was great, and as his 5 claws opened and closed, crackling sounds could be heard. The spectators had no doubt that Guwen's claw could completely crush Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen's gaze was as calm as an ancient well. His left hand was still supporting Hao Rui, and he didn't slow down in the slightest. Idiot, you're simply courting death. When Guwen saw that Zhuowen didn't even pause, a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His claw suddenly sped up. When Gwyn's claw was almost within reach, Zhuowen lightly punched out, hitting Gwyn's claw. You're really courting death. An eternal overlord Ant dares to clash head-on with Guwen. Meng Tiangon sneered and couldn't help but mock. Ziju Xinhan frowned, sensing that something wasn't right. He'd repeatedly checked the black-haired youth's cultivation and confirmed that he was indeed an eternal overlord. However, the black-haired youth was too calm, so calm that it was frightening. This puzzled Ziju Xinhan. How could an eternal overlord be so calm in the face of an initial creation lord? Even when Guwen had exploded with power, this brat was still so calm and had chosen to meet him head-on. Although Ziju Xinhan was puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. He knew that there was no suspense in the outcome of this clash. The black-haired youth was undoubtedly going to lose. Crack! Suddenly, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, followed closely by a miserable scream. Ziju Xinhan smiled faintly. He knew that the black-haired youth had been crippled, but he quickly realized that something was wrong. The surroundings were too quiet. His gaze fell forward, and he discovered that the black-haired youth was still as unmoving as a mountain, still supporting Hao Rui. The imposing Gwyn was clutching his deformed right arm and rolling on the ground. Mournful screams continuously rang out from Gwyn's mouth. Chapter 3166. Arrogant Ziju Xinhan's face stiffened, and the sneer on Meng Tiangan's lips froze. The other higher-ups of Dark Rock City were all dumbfounded. Only Meiying and Great Guardian Ing Jie remained calm. They had seen Zhuowen's abnormal strength, which was far beyond his cultivation level. Therefore, they were not surprised that Zhuowen had crippled Go Wen's right arm with one punch. Following that, Zhuo Wen's actions caused everyone's eyeballs to pop out. Zhuo Wen supported Hao Rui as they slowly walked forward. Go Wen was holding his right arm and groaning in pain as he blocked Zhuo Wen's path. Get lost! Zhuo Wen kicked Gwyn in the chest. The powerful force caused Gwyn to fly back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Go Wen crashed to the ground, his body twitching and his eyes rolling back. He was in a very bad state. Meng Tiangan could not bear to watch any longer. He walked down the corridor toward Zhuo Wen and said coldly, Zhuo Wen, how dare you hit Go Wen so hard? Are you an idiot? Just now, it was clearly Go Wen who attacked me. I was just defending myself. I say, Great Protector Meng, are your parents blind? Zhuo Wen retorted indifferently. His footsteps did not stop as he continued walking toward the corridor, ignoring Meng Tiangan. Zhuo Wen, I've already warned you. But you didn't recognize my good intentions and even insulted me. You were in the wrong today. I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. Meng Tiangan said righteously, but the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. Mei Ying was trembling with anger. She said coldly, Great Guardian Meng, are you looking down on me? Gu Wen attacked Zhuo Wen. I didn't say anything because he was a junior. However, as a senior, you actually want to attack Zhuo Wen. Do you have any shame? Meng Tiangan was not ashamed at all. He cupped his fists at Mei Ying and said, City Lord Mei Ying, I respect you very much, but I also have my own principles and rules. This Zhuo Wen has a close relationship with you. However, once you enter the Dark Rock Divine City, you will have to abide by the rules. Since I am his elder, he should not have offended me. However, since he has offended me, he must bear the corresponding consequences. I only made a move to teach him what to do and what not to do in the future. With that, Meng Tiangan ignored Mei Ying and strode towards Zhuo Wen. Meng Tiangan's aura also became more and more powerful as he moved forward. Meng Tiangan's cultivation base was the same as Great Protector Ing Jie's. They were both at the peak of the half-step heavens ascension realm. In Dark Rock Divine City, Meng Tiangan was an expert, second only to Zish Xinhan. His status was very high. Ziju Xinhan's eyes flashed as he watched this scene. Surprisingly, he didn't say anything to stop Meng Tiangan. Instead, he watched silently. Old dog Meng, you're really thick-skinned. You're clearly bullying the weak, yet you can still make it sound so dignified. I really admire your shamelessness. Zhuo Wen stopped and placed Hao Rui to the side. He walked up to Meng Tiangan and continued, Old dog Meng, do you dare fight me to the death? Meng Tiangan was furious. This Zhuo Wen kept calling him Old dog Meng, which made him furious. However, when he heard that Zhuo Wen wanted to fight him to the death, he almost thought that he'd heard wrong. The upper echelons of Dark Rock Divine City in the corridor were also in an uproar. They found it unbelievable. This young man, who was only an eternal overlord, was too arrogant. It was fine if he didn't take Go Wen seriously. After all, the gap between Go Wen and Meng Tiangan was very large. However, this guy didn't even take Meng Tiangan seriously and actually said that he wanted to fight him to the death. Was this guy seriously courting death? Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Go Wen came to his senses and clutched his chest. As soon as he came back to his senses, he heard Zhuo Wen's unbelievably arrogant words. His expression became extremely strange. The strength that Zhuo Wen had displayed just now had made Gu Wen feel a lingering fear. However, he knew that this kid wasn't at the level of a half-step ascendant overlord. This kid was simply courting death, by fighting Meng Tiangong. Of course, Gowen was still a little delighted to hear that Zhuo Wen wanted to fight Meng Tiangong to the death. Zhuo Wen had almost crippled him. Gu Wen's resentment was difficult to describe. He couldn't wait to beat up Zhuo Wen again. However, he also knew that he wasn't Zhuo Wen's match. Now that Meng Tiangong had stood up for him, he knew that he had a chance to get his revenge. He wanted to personally see Zhuo Wen being killed by Meng Tiangong. "You want to fight me to the death?" Meng Tiangong was a little surprised. He was truly stunned. No matter how strong this Zhuo Wen was, he was still only an eternal overlord. How could he challenge him? Ziji Xinhan was also a little dazed, but soon a playful smile appeared on his lips. This black-haired youth was very interesting. He was so arrogant that he'd almost crippled Gowen as soon as he'd arrived. Now he wanted to fight Meng Tiangong to the death. He didn't put him, the city lord of Dark Rock Divine City, in his eyes at all. However, Ziju Xinhan wasn't angry. Instead, he felt a little pity for Zhuo Wen. In his opinion, this kid was definitely a proud and arrogant person who relied on his own talent. He didn't even know his own worth. He knew that this kind of person wouldn't live long. This life and death challenge was this kid's decision to court death. Mei Ying, this kid should be a genius of your Hongxian Divine City. Protector Meng only wanted to teach him a small lesson. But this kid is so arrogant that he wants to fight to the death. I can't stop him even if I want to. Ziji Xinhan turned to Mei Ying with a trace of pride in his voice. Mei Ying's face was gloomy, but she didn't say anything. In Ziju Xinhan's opinion, Mei Ying's expression was one of helplessness and sorrow. This made him even more proud. "I think there's something wrong with your ears. Don't you understand the meaning of a life and death challenge?" Zhuo Wen's expression was full of impatience. He looked at Meng Tiangong as if he was looking at an idiot. Meng Tiangong couldn't stand Zhuo Wen's gaze. He was flustered and exasperated. "Good. You have guts to fight to the death with me. You really don't know how to write the word death." As he spoke, Meng Tiangong cupped his hands to Ziji Xinhan and asked for instructions. "City Lord, this kid not only offended his superiors and didn't follow the rules, but also provoked me. Please allow me to fight to the death with him." Ziji Xinhan smiled slightly, then looked at Mei Ying and said, "Mei Ying, this matter wasn't started by Protector Meng, but by your people. You're not allowed to fight in this life and death challenge." Mei Ying still didn't say anything. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her lips were tightly pursed. Her expression wasn't good. When Ziji Xinhan saw Mei Ying's expression, the pride in his eyes became even stronger. "Protector Meng, I allow you to fight to the death," Ziji Xinhan said with a smile. Meng Tiangong was overjoyed. He immediately turned around and looked at Zhuo Wen. His eyes were full of contempt as he said, "Your cultivation is not high, so I won't bully you. I'll give you 3 moves first." Chapter 31:67. 10 Direction Flood Dragon Longtian's slaughter profound. As soon as Zhuo Wen said this, Gowen, who was about to leave the open space and head to the corridor, stiffened and looked at Zhuo Wen strangely. This guy must be crazy. Gowen was very sure that Zhuo Wen was a complete madman. He had thought that this guy was crazy enough to challenge Meng Tiangong. But this guy actually planned to fight 1 against 2, challenging him and Meng Tiangong at the same time. Everyone in the corridor was also stunned, looking at Zhuo Wen as if they were looking at an idiot. "Interesting." Ziji Xinhan's lips curled into a sinister smile, looking at Zhuo Wen with even more pity. It seemed that this guy was not only arrogant but also brainless. Meng Tiangong looked coldly at Zhuo Wen, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was extremely angry. This guy was looking down on him, actually planning to deal with him and Gowen at the same time. "What do you mean?" Meng Tiangong gasped for breath, looking coldly at Zhuo Wen. He was angry. "You're not enough." Zhuo Wen looked indifferently at Meng Tiangong, then said to Gowen, "Your life and death battle is not over yet. So why don't you get over here? Of course, if you're scared, you can go back. I won't stop you. Guowin was furious, rushing to Meng Tiangon's side. He coldly stared at Zhuowen and said, "Little bastard, do you really think that you're invincible just because you caught me off guard and forced me to retreat? I don't know if I'm invincible, but I know that you've been trampled under my feet, and I've trampled a little too hard. That's all I need to know." Zhuowen said indifferently, "You're courting death." Guowin was unable to restrain his anger, and a terrifying aura erupted. Then, in the void behind him, an extremely powerful energy surged out, forming a huge phantom of a whale. It was Guo Wen's innate ability. Meng Tiangon held Guowin down, and the latter calmed down a little. Meng Tiangon said, "Guowin, you don't need to make a move. Just follow behind me. I will make him pay the price for his arrogance." After saying that, Meng Tiangon slowly walked towards Zhuowen. The aura of a half-step master of heaven ascension suddenly erupted. Guowin calmed down completely and slowly followed behind Meng Tiangon. In the exchange of blows just now, Guowin also knew how terrifying this black-haired youth was. Even if he used his innate ability, he probably wouldn't be able to kill him. However, with Meng Tian's help, this matter would become very simple. This kid would definitely die. 10 directions, flood dragon long Tian's, slaughter profound. Meng Tiangon's footsteps became faster and faster. Violent energy swirled around his body, forming invisible waves one after another. When Meng Tiangon arrived in front of Zhuowen, with him as the center, 10 waves suddenly rushed out and soared into the sky. Every wave seemed to be able to rush to the limit of the sky. After that, the 10 waves splashed out countless water droplets that rained down like a violent storm. Amidst the countless water droplets, 10 enormous and ferocious flood dragons swooped down. Their target was Zhuowen, who was at the center. Zhuowen put his palms together. His entire body emitted a crystalline light. With a stomp of his right foot, the entire ground shook. Facing a half-step master of heaven ascension like Meng Tiangon, Zhuowen didn't dare to be careless. Back when he was at the gates of Hongxian Divine City, he had fought with great guardian Yingjia, who was also a half-step master of heaven ascension. Although he had defeated great guardian Yingjia in the end, that was because great guardian Yingjia wasn't in Hongxian Divine City and couldn't absorb heavenly energy to replenish himself. If great guardian Yingjia was in an environment where heavenly energy was abundant, he would be at a disadvantage. Of course, it was impossible for a half-step master of heaven ascension to defeat the current him. Moreover, Zhuowen had already grasped all of the formations and restrictions within Dark Rock Divine City in his hands. The formations and restrictions within the city, Lord's Manor, were the most concentrated. Before entering the city, Lord's Manor, he had already deciphered the formations within. Before entering the city, Lord's Manor, Zhuowen had already destroyed the foundation of the formation that supplied the entire divine city with heavenly energy. Of course, he had done it very cleverly. The god masters within the divine city didn't notice it. It wouldn't be long before the heavenly Tao energy within Dark Rock Divine City dwindled until it completely dissipated. What he needed to do now was to stall for time. However, once the heavenly energy within Dark Rock Divine City completely collapsed, it would be time for him to counterattack. Bang! 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 The 10 flood dragons charged forward rapidly. Zhuowen's body was as fast as lightning as he dodged between the 10 flood dragons. One of the flood dragons took the opportunity to open its bloody mouth and swallow Zhuowen. This flood dragon was too fast. Zhuowen couldn't dodge in time and was forced to punch out. Boom! The powerful force was like the explosion of the 9 heavens' profound thunder. The flood dragon's huge head was directly smashed into dust by Zhuowen's punch. The moment this flood dragon was destroyed, the other 9 flood dragons took the opportunity to charge towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze was calm as he executed the tyrannical Tao slaughtering art. He executed the three major moves of the slaughtering Dao finger, slaughtering Dao palm, and slaughtering Dao hand. The three major moves swept across the sky and landed on the flood dragon in front of them. The flood dragon was instantly reduced to nothingness. At the same time, Zhuowen formed hand seals with both hands and executed the sky-splitting blade esoteric art. He pinched the void with both hands, and two bright white air blades that were several feet long exploded with a terrifying aura. The moment he executed the sky-splitting blade esoteric art, he also imbued the destruction of heaven and earth annihilation onto the two sky-splitting blade esoteric art, causing the power of the two sky-splitting blade esoteric art to increase exponentially. A long purple river floated from the void behind Zhuowen as he executed the space-time divine art, Destiny Space-Time Kill. Zhuowen stepped on the long purple river and his figure became ethereal. In the space-time, he was like a ghost and easily avoided the pincer attack of the remaining 8 flood dragons. Slash! Zhuowen appeared on the back of a flood dragon like a ghost and chopped off the head of the flood dragon with the sky-splitting blade esoteric art in his right hand. The terrifying destruction power invaded the flood dragon's body, causing it to roar at the sky and its huge body to explode into a bloody mist. The moment the flood dragon was destroyed, the long purple river wrapped around Zhuowen and caused him to disappear from the spot in an instant. The other flood dragon wanted to sneak attack Zhuowen from behind, but unfortunately it missed. Swoosh! 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 Surrounded by the flood dragons, Zhuowen leisurely stepped on the long purple river and his figure flickered like a ghost. Every time Zhuowen flickered, he would be able to destroy a flood dragon with his fierce attacks. When Zhuowen chopped off the head of the last flood dragon, the surrounding water pillars exploded into countless water droplets. Zhuowen was submerged in the water curtain, and he slowly walked out. The purple river surrounded him, making him look like a god descending into the world. Old dogmen, come and die. Chapter 3168. Golden Armor. Race Meng Tiangong was shocked. His attack was easily broken by this guy. This guy's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, seeing Zhuowen rushing over, Meng Tiangong's eyes darkened. He pulled out the long sword at his waist and stepped forward to fight with Zhuowen. The long sword in Meng Tiangong's hand was made of bronze. The surface of the bronze sword shone with a bronze light. Unfortunately, it was not destined to be a divine weapon. It was just an ordinary item. Meng Tiangong had just raised his sword when he was cut in half by Zhuowen's sky-splitting blade. Meng Tiangong reacted quickly. He quickly retreated and avoided the bombardment of the sky-splitting blade to avoid being cut in half. Zhuowen followed, closely behind. The sky-splitting blade in his hand danced like lightning. The sky-splitting blade attacked Meng Tiangong's life points in an extremely tricky manner. Meng Tiangong's eyes were gloomy. Violent energy surrounded his body and resisted the sky-splitting blade. However, from Meng Tiangong's somewhat strenuous performance, Zhuowen could see that it was difficult for Meng Tiangong to resist the sky-splitting blade. One had to know that the power of the sky-splitting blade was no weaker than a divine weapon of the creation level. Moreover, the power of this profound meaning increased with improvement of Zhuowen's Pangu sacred body. Meng Tiangong could not open a spatial divine weapon. He did not have a suitable divine weapon in his hand. Against Zhuowen, who used the sky-splitting blade, Meng Tiangong was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. In the corridor, the great guardian Ingje's eyes twitched slightly when he saw Zhuowen use the powerful sky-splitting blade. When he fought with Zhuowen, Zhuowen did not seem to use such a powerful move, but he still defeated him. He had no doubt that if Zhuowen had used the sky-splitting blade at that time, he would have lost and even lost his life. Meng Tiangong's face was ugly. The sky-splitting blade, combined with the death of heaven and earth, was too destructive. Every time he resisted, he had to use all his strength. The heavenly energy in his body was also consumed at an extremely fast speed. Meng Tiangong didn't know if it was an illusion, but he realized that the heavenly Tao energy in the city, Lord's Mansion, had become thinner than before. He furiously absorbed the heavenly Tao energy and realized that the heavenly Tao energy in his body was recovering at a much slower rate than before. Bang! Just as Meng Tiangong was in a daze, Zhuowen found a flaw and kicked Meng Tiangong's face. Meng Tiangong's attention was all on the sky-splitting blades in Zhuowen's hands. He didn't notice Zhuowen's whip kick at all, and was directly kicked by Zhuowen's whip kick. Meng Tiangong fell to the ground, spitting out broken teeth mixed with blood. However, his reaction was very fast. He immediately did a wild donkey roll and barely dodged Zhuowen's next attack. Zhuowen stomped on the ground with his right foot, and the purple river revolved around his feet as he teleported away. Boom! Zhuowen appeared behind Meng Tiangong and slashed out with the sky-opening blade. Meng Tiangong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. With a loud roar, the clothes on his body were torn to shreds, revealing his body covered in golden scales. At that moment, the surface of the golden scales lit up with complicated patterns. Then they grew densely and crazily, covering Meng Tiangong's entire body. Bang! The sky-splitting blade slashed Meng Tiangong's back, creating a large number of sparks. At the same time, it was accompanied by the crisp sound of metal clashing. Meng Tiangong was sent flying, but Zhuowen frowned slightly. This was because he realized that when the sky-splitting blade slashed the golden scales on Meng Tiangong's back, it only left a faint white mark. Even with the sharpness of the sky-splitting blade, it couldn't cut open the golden scales on Meng Tiangong's body. At that moment, Meng Tiangong's form had changed greatly. He was no longer in human form. Instead, he looked like an enlarged version of a pangolin. He actually forced Guardian Meng to reveal his true form. This guy! In the corridor, many higher-ups of Dark Rock Divine City looked at this scene in shock. It's actually the Golden Armor race. Mei Ying also noticed Meng Tiangong, who had revealed his true form, and frowned slightly. The Golden Armor race was very famous in the Eldritch domain. Although it wasn't as famous as the top 10 races, it was still a famous race. In particular, the golden armor that covered the Golden Armor race's body had extremely terrifying defensive power. The experts of the Golden Armor race weren't necessarily very strong, but their defensive power was outstanding among the many races in the Eldritch domain. Ziju Xinhan frowned slightly. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be able to force Meng Tiangong to this extent. However, he also knew that Meng Tiangong's true form had been exposed, and his defensive power had reached an extremely troublesome level. Even he would have to spend a lot of effort to break through Meng Tiangong's defense. No matter how strong Zhuowen was, he was afraid that he would be in trouble soon. Bang! 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 Meng Tiangong roared and turned into a golden shadow, rushing wildly toward Zhuowen. Strong winds swept around him, and space collapsed and collapsed. Zhuowen quickly slashed out the sky, splitting blade with both hands. Endless blade, qi exploded and blasted on Meng Tiangong's body. Meng Tiangong didn't dodge and directly rushed toward the blade qi. The blade qi only left faint white marks on the surface of Meng Tiangong's golden scales. Meng Tiangong tore through all the blade qi and punched toward Zhuowen. He actually smashed the sky-splitting blade in Zhuowen's hand into pieces. "You're dead." Meng Tiangong's eyes were ferocious. In his opinion, Zhuowen was already at his wit's end. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He stomped his right foot and quickly retreated. "Let's see where you can retreat to." The ferocious look in Meng Tiangong's eyes became more and more intense. He chased closely after Zhuowen, and the golden scales on his body emitted an extremely dazzling light. Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and the long purple river swept toward Meng Tiangong. The long purple river contained the power of destiny, space, and space. Meng Tiangong only felt that the space around him had stagnated, and his speed of advancement was immediately reduced. In particular, the long purple river was actually faintly affecting his destiny. This made Meng Tiangong a little shocked. Fortunately, this strange power didn't affect him much. He used his cultivation to forcibly suppress it. Zhuowen felt a little helpless. The power of the Destiny Space-Time Kill was indeed terrifying. It could directly wipe out the destiny of an enemy. However, this was relative. If it were an ordinary Lord of Creation, the Destiny Space-Time Kill would indeed be able to kill him. Unfortunately, Meng Tiangong wasn't an ordinary Lord of Creation. He was a half-step Lord of Heaven Ascension. He could forcibly suppress the influence of the Destiny Space-Time Kill on his destiny. Of course, if Zhuowen's cultivation continued to increase, the power of the Destiny Space-Time Kill would become even stronger. When that time came, it would be easy for him to kill Meng Tiangong. However, Zhuowen's main goal now was to slow down Meng Tiangong's speed. Whoosh! The long purple river instantly spread out. Soon after, the endless purple river spread across the entire open space. The surrounding people couldn't see anything in the long purple river. However, there was one exception. That was Gawain. Chapter 3169. Edited by Mike's shrewdness when knelt on the ground, his entire body twitching, his expression sinister. The purple river did not affect Meng Tiangong too much, but it affected him greatly. In particular, the mysterious power within the purple river tightly gripped his fate, as if it would strangle it at any moment. Gawain knew that if he allowed his fate to be swept away by the purple river, he would undoubtedly die. The phantom of the giant whale descended and enveloped Gawain's body. The originally bitterly struggling Gawain was clearly in a much better state. However, it was still somewhat difficult for him to move within the purple river. It was as if his feet were filled with lead, and even lifting them was somewhat difficult. Suddenly, a shocking murderous intent swept out from the depths of the purple river. This killing intent was truly too terrifying. Gawain could not help but kneel down, and with a roar he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gawain's expression greatly changed. He raised his head with difficulty and looked towards the depths of the purple river. He saw Zhuowen standing firmly in the depths with a straight back. Zhuowen held a blood-red bow in his left hand while a blood-red arrow was held in his right hand. He had placed it on the bowstring, and the bowstring had already been drawn to a full moon. And the shocking killing intent that Gawain felt came precisely from the blood-colored bow and divine arrow. Where did this guy get such a powerful divine bow and divine arrow? Could it be that he can use his spatial divine tool? Gawain thought of something and revealed a look of disbelief. In the massacre celestial domain, spatial divine tools could not be opened. This was a publicly acknowledged and ironclad rule. But could this black-haired youth in front of him have broken this ironclad rule? Meng Tiangong was stupefied. He had watched with his own eyes as Zhuowen took out the Hou-Yi divine bow and divine arrow from his large world. He simply could not understand how this Zhuowen could use his spatial divine tool. But after sensing that terrifying killing intent, Meng Tiangong's body trembled and he immediately came to his senses. He knew that now was not the time to think about Zhuowen's spatial divine tool, but how to escape with his life. The threat from Hou-Yi's divine arrow was too great. He even had a feeling that if he was hit by this arrow, even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. The consequences would be very serious. However, Meng Tiangong soon realized in despair that the purple river around him was affecting his movements too much. Being in the range of the purple river, it was very difficult for him to even lift his feet. Even if he tried his best, he could only jog slowly. Zhuowen looked at Meng Tiangong, who was slowly running away, with a cold smile on his face. "Old dog Meng, don't even think about leaving today. Die here." Zhuowen released the bowstring, and the Hou-Yi divine arrow turned into a sharp beam of bloody light, piercing through the air and into Meng Tiangong's body. Meng Tiangong's proud golden scales were like paper in front of the Hou-Yi divine arrow, instantly shattering into dust. The Ho-E divine arrow pierced through Meng Tiangan's body. The terrifying killing intent invaded Meng Tiangan's body and exploded like countless bombs. Meng Tiangan's entire body exploded into a bloody mist. Bang! After piercing through Meng Tiangan, the Ho-E divine arrow stabbed into the ground not far from Gowen. A terrifying killing intent swept out like countless blades, all of which invaded Gowen's body. Gowen raised his head to the sky and screamed. He did his best to stimulate the energy in his body, wanting to resist this shocking killing intent. Pucci! Gowen's limbs exploded. He burned his essence blood and erupted with his strongest power, flying backwards. Rumble! The purple river collapsed with a loud bang, and Gowen, who had lost his limbs, was sent flying backwards, his back heavily smashing into the corridor behind him. Zish Shinhan's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and grabbed Gowen with his right hand. When he saw that Gowen had lost his limbs and was on the verge of death, and that his cultivation had been crippled, the anger in his eyes rose to the extreme. Gowen was a rare variant and the #1 genius of Dark Rock City. Now that he had become a cripple, it was no different from being dead. How could Zish Shinhan not be angry? When Zish Shinhan's gaze fell on the ground, searching for Meng Tiangan's figure, he discovered that apart from Zhuowen, there was only a very obvious pool of blood on the ground. "Where's Protector Meng?" Zish Shinhan asked coldly, staring fixedly at Zhuowen, who was holding the Ho-E divine bow. Zhuowen slowly walked to the ground where the Ho-E divine arrow had been stabbed, pulled it out, and pointed at the pool of blood behind him. "Your Protector Meng is over there. You killed him." Zish Shinhan was so furious that he couldn't control his killing intent. He glared at Zhuowen. The upper echelons of Dark Rock City also looked at Zhuowen with hostility, but they were even more shocked. This eternal overlord youth was too strange. He'd even killed Meng Tiangan. Everyone was very curious as to what exactly had happened in the Purple River just now. In just a short moment, Meng Tiangan had died without an intact corpse, and Gowen had become a useless cripple. Dark Rock City Lord, this is a battle of life and death. Life and death are up to the heavens. I won this battle, so Meng Tiangan and Gowen should die. Zhuowen didn't seem to notice the killing intent in Zish Shinhan's eyes. Instead, he slowly walked to Mei Ying's side and glanced sideways at the unconscious Gowen in Zish Shinhan's hand. Right, Gowen is completely crippled. According to the rules of a battle of life and death, I should take his life. However, I'm merciful and can let him go. Zhuowen's lips curled into a mocking smile, while Zish Shinhan's expression darkened. Pucci! A terrifying power exploded from Zish Shinhan's hand. Gowen didn't even have time to groan before he was completely killed. This little brother is right. Since it's a battle of life and death, we naturally have to abide by the rules. Protector Meng and Gowen both lost, so they deserve to die. Our banquet isn't over yet. Mei Ying, you didn't even introduce us before. Your Hongxian Divine City actually has such a powerful genius. You really hid it from me for a long time. This time, I'll punish you with a few cups of wine. Zish Shinhan was all smiles. The killing intent on his body was completely restrained, as if nothing had happened. Zhuowen looked deeply at Zish Shinhan, but he was very vigilant in his heart. This Zish Shinhan was very shrewd. He was actually able to swallow his anger just like that. This guy wasn't easy to deal with. Mei Ying didn't pay any attention to Zish Shinhan. Instead, she glanced at Zhuowen. Seeing the latter nod his head, she let out a sigh of relief. She understood that Zhuowen should have already settled the matter they agreed on. Mei Ying originally wanted to refuse Zish Shinhan's invitation and immediately leave. However, Zhuowen was one step ahead of her. He smiled and said, "The Dark Rock City Lord is too polite. Since you're so enthusiastic, it's not good for us to refuse." Zhuowen chuckled and gave Mei Ying a look. He took the lead and entered the hall. Mei Ying was a little anxious, but she was embarrassed to tell Zhuowen to leave in front of Zish Xinhan. She knew that Zhuowen had his own reasons for doing so. Chapter 30, 170. Killing array after everyone was seated. Zish Xinhan was beaming with joy. He didn't seem to be in a bad mood because of Meng Tiangan and Gu Wen's deaths. After Zhuowen sat down, he immediately noticed that Mei Su and Jiang Yi, who were sitting beside Mei Ying, were in a daze and their eyes were unfocused. He asked Mei Ying in a low voice and found out that Mei Su and Jiang Yi had been poisoned by Zish Xinhan with the soul-devouring parasite. Zhuowen naturally didn't know about the soul-devouring parasite, but after Mei Ying's explanation, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Zish Xinhan with hostility. But soon, Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he sensed that the grand array of Dark Rock Divine City was being activated. It was obvious that the formation Tao Master of Dark Rock Divine City had begun to move. And the only formation Tao Master who could activate Dark Rock Divine City was Zish Xinhan. It was no wonder that Zish Xinhan had acted out of character and swallowed his anger. It turned out that Zish Xinhan had planned to keep them here to stall for time while he secretly activated the grand arrays of Divine City for the formation Tao Master in the city. The fluctuations of the grand arrays were like invisible ripples that spread throughout the city, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Mei Ying, Great Guardian Yingjie, and the others in the hall were shocked and couldn't help but stand up. Mei Ying looked at Zhuo when in confusion. His eyes filled with confusion. Didn't Zhuowen say that everything was taken care of? How could the grand arrays of Dark Rock Divine City be activated now? Moreover, from the fluctuations of the grand arrays, Mei knew that there were more than a few grand arrays activated in the city. There were more than 10 of them. This was almost all of the grand arrays of Dark Rock Divine City. Boom! In the hall there were flashes of light. A killing array hidden in the city, Lord's Mansion, had been completely activated. A terrifying killing intent filled the entire hall. Zish Xinhan, what is the meaning of this? Mei Ying stood up and glared at Zish Xinhan as she said in a deep voice. Zish Xinhan smiled and said, Mei Ying, do you really think that the people of Dark Rock Divine City are so easy to kill? Moreover, the people you killed were my great guardian and the most outstanding genius. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Of course, Mei Ying, if you agree to marry me, hand this little bastard over to me and compensate me with 10 million jade stones. I'll consider letting you go. The calm expression on Zish Xinhan's face had long since disappeared. Instead, he looked at Zhuowen, who was standing beside Mei Ying with a ferocious expression. 10 million jade stones? Mei Ying's pretty face changed slightly. Not to mention that she did not have so many jade stones. Even if she did, she would not take them out. However, right now, Mei Ying wanted to have a good talk with Zhuowen. Clearly, they had already discussed that she would enter the city lord's mansion and be responsible for attracting Zish Xinhan's attention. As for Zhuowen, he acted alone and secretly destroyed all the Grand Array foundations within Dark Rock Divine City. Moreover, when Zhuowen returned, she had already given Zhuowen a corresponding look. Zhuowen had also nodded, indicating that he had indeed completed the task. However, now that all the Grand Arrays within Dark Rock Divine City had been activated, this meant that Zhuowen did not follow the agreement and destroy the Grand Array foundations within Dark Rock Divine City. Zhuowen, you owe me an explanation. Mei Ying's beautiful eyes stared coldly at Zhuowen. Great Guardian Yingjie and the Dragon Race youth, Hao Rui, also looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. At this critical juncture, this Zhuowen had actually lied to her. City Lord Mei Ying, you will know what's going on very soon. As long as you trust me, I will be able to smoothly bring you out of Dark Rock Divine City. I can even help you seize the Dark Rock Divine City. Zhuowen stood proudly, exuding unprecedented confidence. Mei Ying frowned slightly. She did not know where Zhuowen's confidence came from to actually threaten to seize the Dark Rock Divine City for her. What's more, they were now trapped in a powerful killing array. They couldn't even get out. Moreover, Zish Shinhan and the entire Dark Rock Divine City would not let them off. I think you're crazy. How can you say such arrogant words? You must be living in a dream. Zish Shinhan looked coldly at Zhuowen, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Zhuowen did not say anything else. He took out an array flag and threw it out. Instantly, the grand array around the hall trembled violently. Then the flowing light on the surface of the array blazed like a rising sun. In an instant, the grand array around the hall's power increased by hundreds and thousands of times in a short period of time. At the same time, the array Dao Divine Masters in charge of the various grand arrays within Dark Rock Divine City were shocked to discover that the energy of the grand arrays they were in charge of was rapidly weakening. Then, they discovered that other than the killing array in the city, Lord's Mansion, that was becoming increasingly powerful, the grand arrays in the other places were gradually weakening. It was as if the killing array in the city, Lord's Mansion, was constantly absorbing the power of the grand arrays in other places. While the grand arrays in other places were collapsing due to the depletion of energy, the killing array above the city Lord's Mansion had reached its most terrifying state. An intense blood-red light rushed towards the horizon, almost dyeing the entire sky of Dark Rock Divine City blood-red. What's going on? Did something happen in the city Lord's Mansion? Inside the city, many foreign race experts raised their heads and looked at the blood-red light with fear in their eyes, especially the killing intent emanating from the killing array. It was simply too terrifying. It made them feel an oppressive feeling that made them want to kneel down and submit, not daring to resist. At this moment, inside the city Lord's Mansion, Zish Shinhan and many other higher-ups were looking at the killing array in disbelief. At this moment, the killing array's power had reached a level that made their hearts palpitate. Even Zish Shinhan felt a trace of fear rising in his heart, because he discovered that the killing array in the city Lord's Mansion seemed to have surpassed the creation grade. Could it be a piercing heaven grade killing array? But how was that possible? He clearly remembered that the killing array in the city Lord's Mansion had only barely reached the creation grade. This was something that the divine array masters of the divine city had worked together and spent countless years to set up. But now, this killing array had actually reached the piercing heaven grade. What exactly was going on? What's going on? Why is the killing array attacking us? Suddenly, Zish Shinhan discovered that several higher-ups of the divine city were struck by several blood-red whirlpools. They screamed and died on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Zish Shinhan sensed that something was wrong. His right foot kicked off, and he flew downwards. He saw several blood-red whirlpools appearing at the place where he had been standing. They were extremely sharp. Zish Shinhan's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with uncertainty. Why would the killing array in his city, Lord's Mansion, attack them? However, Zish Shinhan seemed to have realized something and couldn't help looking at Zhuowen. Chapter 30, 171. Joining forces to kill Ah. The screams continued. Inside the hall, the higher-ups of Dark Rock Divine City struggled to resist the blood-colored whirlpool within the killing formation. Gradually, they were unable to resist the blood-colored whirlpool. Their bodies exploded into bloody mists as they completely died. Zish Shinhan dodged the countless blood-colored whirlpools around him. His face turned gloomy and ugly as he watched his subordinates dwindle. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and the others who were not affected by the killing array. His eyes widened as he asked in a low voice, "Did you tamper with the array?" Zhuowen stood where he was and glanced at Zish Shinhan from the corner of his eyes. He mocked, "What do you think?" Zish Shinhan's eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. At the same time, he was shocked. The number of arrays in Dark Rock Divine City was complex, and the array bases were scattered in every corner of the city. It was not easy to find all of them. Needless to say, after finding these great arrays, he actually changed them and took control of them. What kind of powerful array, Dao, level did he have to be to do this? Whoosh! When he thought that Juoen might be a high-level array Dao master, the killing intent in Zish Shinhan's eyes became more and more terrifying. He stomped his right foot, and the aura of a mid-stage, heaven-piercing master poured out of his body. In an instant, the killing array in the surroundings was heavily shaken by this powerful aura. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhuan took out several beast bone formation discs. Instantly, the vortexes within the killing formation reached a terrifying level and, densely packed together, converged towards Zish Shinhan. Zish Shinhan frowned slightly. He could only passively resist these terrifying, killing intent whirlpools. Zhuowen pulled Mei Ying and the others out of the range of the killing array. Damn it! Little bastard, wait until I leave this array. I will definitely not let you go. I will pull out your tendons and peel off your bones. I will not let you live. Zish Shinhan's resentful roar came from within the killing array. Originally, he had activated the array to exterminate everyone in Hongxian Divine City. But now he was trapped in the killing array in the city, Lord's Mansion. Immortal Master Zhua, do you control all the arrays in Dark Rock Divine City? Mei Ying stared blankly at the terrifying killing array in front of her. When she regained her senses, she looked at Zhuowen with a complicated expression. More or less. Zhuowen nodded casually. The formations in Dark Rock Divine City were basically all at the Genesis level. For a heaven-piercing divine formation master like him, breaking them was simply too easy. Immortal Master Zhua, I misunderstood you just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Mei Ying looked at Zhuowen cautiously. Now, she was certain that Zhuowen had not lied to her. Zhuowen was really a Heaven Ascension Master. A divine formation master of this level had an extremely high status in the Xian Mi heavenly domain and the primitive heavenly domain. He was an existence that was on the same level as the Master of Heaven reaching. Such an existence was extremely popular no matter where it was. Mei Ying had no choice but to treat him with caution. Zhuowen could see through Mei Ying's thoughts. He waved his hand and said, City Lord Mei Ying, you don't have to be so polite. In that kind of environment, it's normal for you to misunderstand. It's just that I didn't make it clear. Mei Ying saw that Zhuowen did not seem to care too much and felt a lot more relaxed. She immediately said with a smile of exultation, Immortal Master Zhua, Zish Shinhan is now trapped in the killing array. Moreover, the formations in Dark Rock Divine City have all lost their effectiveness. This is a good opportunity for us to leave Dark Rock Divine City. Zhuowen shook his head. He looked at the killing array in front of him and said, Why do we have to leave Dark Rock Divine City? We have basically wiped out the upper echelons of Dark Rock Divine City. Now we just have to kill Zish Shinhan and we can take over the city. Mei Ying looked at Zhuowen in shock. She had never thought of killing Zish Shinhan. In her mind, Zish Shinhan was a mid-stage Skyspan Lord. Even if she attacked with all her strength, she might not be able to defeat Zish Shinhan, let alone kill him. Moreover, Skyspan Lords were exceedingly powerful and difficult to kill. City Lord Mei Ying, let's do something big. Let's join forces to destroy Zish Shinhan and take over Dark Rock Divine City. In the future, your Hongxian Divine City will also be able to expand its influence. Zhuowen looked at Mei Ying with bright eyes. Zhuowen's goal was naturally not to become the city lord of Dark Rock Divine City, but to obtain the jade or vein that Dark Rock Divine City controlled. The mysterious stone was too miraculous. He believed that as long as the stone absorbed enough jade ore, it would once again enter a state of epiphany. At that time, it would not be impossible for his cultivation base to advance again. After all, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of the eternal Overlord realm. He was only one step away from stepping into the first major realm of the third step of Dao validation. All he needed was an opportunity. In Zhuowen's opinion, this opportunity was the mysterious stone. Mei Ying looked hesitant. She glanced at Zhuowen and hesitated. She was well aware of Zish Shinhan's strength. Although the great array that Zhuowen had set up in the city, Lord's mansion, was indeed very powerful, it was still not enough to kill Zish Shinhan. City Lord Meiying, if you are not willing to cooperate with me, I will go in myself. Zhuowen shook his head when he saw Mei Ying's hesitation. He did not intend to force her to make a decision. However, Zhuowen was a little uncertain. Although he had come into contact with mid-stage Skyspan lords, he had never fought with them. After all, when he had fought an early Lord Heavenspan expert, it had been a fight to the death, and he had almost died. Now that he was facing mid-stage Skyspan lords, even with this Skyspan killing array, Zhuowen felt that it would be difficult to defeat them. However, he had to take over Dark Rock Divine City. After all, he urgently needed a large amount of jade Oregon. He had to increase his strength a little. Mei Ying called out to Zhuowen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she said, "Immortal Master Zhuo, I will go in with you. It was all thanks to you that we were able to escape this time. If you want me to stand by and do nothing, I really can't do it." Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. With Mei Ying's help, coupled with the killing array and his many trump cards, Zhuowen believed that there was a high chance that they could kill Zish Shinhan. "Immortal Master Zhuo, City Lord, be careful." Great Guardian Ying Jie and the Dragon Clan youth, Harue, who were taking care of Mei Su and Jiang Yi, looked at Zhuowen and Mei Ying worriedly. Mei Ying nodded at the two of them and entered the killing array with Zhuowen. As soon as they entered the killing array, Zhuowen summoned the Beast Bone Array Disc. Instantly, the entire killing array became violent. At this moment, only Zish Shinhan was left in the killing array. The rest of the people were all crushed by the killing array. "Bastard! Break the killing array if you have the ability. Fight with me." Zish Shinhan's eyes turned red when he saw Zhuowen and Mei Ying. He roared like a wild beast. The high-level experts of Dark Rock Divine City were all dead. This was a huge loss for Zish Shinhan. Chapter 30, 172. Original form Idiot. Zhuowen's eyes were cold as he changed his hand seals. Instantly, the surrounding blood-colored vortexes became much more berserk and terrifying as they surged toward Zish Shinhan. Zish Shinhan roared in anger. His hands were like lightning as they poured out a torrent of violent energy. However, he was still in a sorry state as he tried to resist the suddenly berserk, blood-colored vortexes. Just now, when Zhuowen entered the killing formation and appeared in front of him, he had already planned to use his full strength to charge at Zhuowen and get rid of Zhuowen in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had long since known Zish Shinhan's intentions. The moment he appeared in front of Zish Shinhan, he formed a hand seal and raised the killing formation's power to its peak. "City, Lord Mei Ying, I may have to rely on you now. The amount of energy consumed by this killing array is too terrifying. I have to maintain the base of this killing array." Zhuowen's gaze was grave as he sat cross-legged at the edge of the killing formation. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out piles of Heavenly Law origin crystals. The main source of energy for the killing formation in the city, Lord's Mansion, came from the various large formation bases in Dark Rock Divine City. Moreover, Zhuowen had used his own array Dao to forcibly raise the level of this killing formation to the connecting heaven stage. The amount of energy it consumed was also terrifying. The moment Zhuowen entered the killing formation, he knew that the energy provided by the various large formation bases was about to be used up by the killing formation. According to his estimation, Zish Shinhan would be able to hold on for another 15 minutes before completely exhausting the killing formation and breaking out. Piles of Heavenly Law origin crystals were sent into the formation base by Zhuowen. Instantly, the weakened killing formation was strengthened once more. Zish Shinhan looked at Zhuowen in disbelief as he took out piles of Heavenly Law origin crystals. What was going on with this guy? Where did these Heavenly Law origin crystals come from? Could it be that this guy could open a spatial divine artifact? Zish Shinhan thought of a possibility, and the shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. Ziju Xinhan finally understood where the blood-red bow in Zhuan's hand came from when he killed Meng Tiangan. It was probably from his spatial artifact. The pressure emitted by the blood-red bow was ancient and vicissitudes of life. Even Zi Che Xianhan felt a strong sense of crisis when he saw it for the first time. There was no doubt that the blood-colored bow was no ordinary bow. In fact, Ziju Xianhan was regretting making a move against Mei Ying and the others. He wasn't afraid of Mei Ying or the people from Hongxian Divine City. What he was afraid of was the black-haired youth who was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the killing array. This black-haired youth was truly too unfathomable. This fellow was not only a transcending heaven-grade array Dao master, but he also had so many hidden cards on him. This made Ziju Xinhan unable to see through this black-haired youth. However, there was no time for Zi Che Xianhan to think too much. The killing array's power had increased, and endless blood-red vortexes were converging. Each of the vortexes rushed towards the vital points on Zhuan's body. At the same time, Mei Ying was like a ghost, arriving not far away from Zi Che Xianhan. Mei Ying's jade-like hand swept out, emitting a faint light. As if teleporting, it passed through the countless blood-red vortexes and blasted towards Zi Che Xianhan's chest. Mei Ying used her strongest innate ability, the Soul Assault. She knew that this killing array consumed too much energy, and the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Therefore, she wanted to end the battle quickly. Zi Che Xianhan's face was gloomy. He roared, and his right hand formed into a claw and blasted towards Mei Ying. Waves of dense black qi poured out from his right claw, and a gloomy cold qi spread out from the black light. Bang! Zi Che Xianhan and Mei Ying clashed head-on, and terrifying ripples spread out in all directions. The surrounding space exploded, forming countless Xiaohei holes. Mei Ying snorted and retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Zi Che Xianhan retreated half a step, but he was in a worse state than Mei Ying. Because in the instant he and Mei Ying exchanged blows, he had revealed a flaw. The surrounding blood-red vortexes were like a bucket of water drilling into a crack, one after another bombarding towards Zi Xinhan, leaving behind one terrifying wound after another. Pucci! The clothes on Zi Xinhan's body burst apart, and his burly body was torn apart by the blood-colored vortex, leaving behind terrifying bloody holes. The most serious wound was the size of a fist, and it was the kind of wound that penetrated the body. Zi Che Xianhan roared, his eyes red. The killing array around him had made him too angry. Roar! Zi Che Xianhan roared towards the sky, and a dazzling blood-red light burst out from his body. Then his body began to squirm and change, expanding into a huge black bull that was 3 feet tall. The black bull's body was huge, and the surface of his body seemed to be forged from black gold, emitting a black gold luster. The bull's eyes, in particular, were emitting a strange grayish-white color. Zi Che Xianhan is from the Dark Nether Bull clan. In the primitive heaven domain, the Dark Nether Bull clan and the Golden Armor clan are equally famous. They are both famous clans, second only to the top 10 clans. Immortal Master Zhua, you have to be careful of Zi Che Xianhan's innate divine ability, Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw specifically targets the divine soul, and it's a very strange divine ability. After Mei Ying warned Zhuowen, who was at the edge of the killing array, he also revealed his true form, the 9-tailed fox form. Mei Ying's 9-tailed fox form was snow white, and his body was about the same size as Zi Che Xianhan. Whoosh! The pure white 9-tailed fox's body emitted a faint light as soon as it appeared and instantly disappeared. It was the 9-tailed fox's innate divine ability, Soul Raid. Mei Ying's Soul Raid in his true form was much more powerful than his human form. When Mei Ying teleported behind Zi Che Xianhan, the latter did not even notice Mei Ying. Boom! The nine-tailed fox suddenly blasted out its sharp claws and slapped the Black Bull's back. The powerful claws directly scratched the Black Bull's back, leaving deep, bloody marks. However, the Black Bull was not to be trifled with. The moment the nine-tailed fox launched an attack, it suddenly raised its hind legs and kicked the nine-tailed fox's chest. The nine-tailed fox fell to the ground from the kick, but the Black Bull was even more miserable. The wound on its back was immediately drilled by the bloody vortex, and the wound became bigger under the stirring of the bloody vortex. The inside of the wound became a bloody mess. The nine-tailed fox stood up again, roaring as it continued to fight the Black Bull. Zhuowen sat cross-legged at the edge of the killing array, maintaining the operation of the killing array and silently watching the battle in front of him. He found that the Black Bull's overall strength was stronger than the nine-tailed fox, but because it was firmly suppressed by the killing array, it was now at most on par with the nine-tailed fox. Although the injuries on the Black Bull's body were getting more and more terrifying, Zhuowen knew that those were only superficial wounds and did not have a particularly big impact on the Black Bull. Zhuowen sighed in his heart. The killing array he had modified was only at the early stage of the ascending heaven level, and could only interfere with a mid-stage ascending heaven master like Zhi Xan Han. It was obviously not possible to seriously injure Zhi Xan Han. Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out the Yama's ghost portrait, which was filled with black gas. Chapter 30, 173. Demons and Monsters. A black scroll floated above Zhuowen's head. It was the Yama demon portrait. The moment Zhi Xinhan saw the Yama demon portrait, his pupils involuntarily shrank, revealing a look of astonishment. "Piercing heaven-grade artifact," Zhi Xinhan muttered to himself. The moment the Yama demon portrait appeared, his mind felt as if it had been bombed by a bomb. He actually felt a strong sense of impending death. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time. He knew that the Yama demon portrait Zhuowen took out was definitely not an ordinary, piercing, heaven-grade artifact. He himself also had a piercing heaven-grade artifact, but it was always stored in a spatial artifact and couldn't be taken out. The sense of crisis that the Yama demon portrait gave him was too strong. He knew that the grade of this Yama demon portrait was probably higher than his life artifact. Originally, when Zhuowen took out the Ho-I divine bow, he was already very surprised. But now, this guy actually took out a divine artifact, even more terrifying than the Ho-I divine bow. Zhi Xinhan really began to panic. Zhuowen had become even more mysterious in his eyes. This guy seemed to have an endless number of trump cards. Every time he thought that this guy had already used his strongest trump card, he would later discover that this guy could still come up with an even stronger trump card. Mei Ying also noticed the Yama demon portrait floating above Zhuowen's head, but she wasn't too surprised. Back then, when she and Zhuowen had joined forces to deal with the terrifying green skeleton, Zhuowen had used the Yama ghost diagram to finally destroy the green skeleton. Mei Ying knew better than anyone how terrifying the Yama demon portrait was. Thinking of this, Mei Ying's gaze towards Zhi Xinhan became somewhat pitiful. She knew that with the combination of the killing array and the terrifying Yama demon portrait, Zhi Xinhan was finished. Ghost chain kill. Zhuowen's face was ferocious as he opened the first layer of the Yama demon portrait. Instantly, more than a dozen black chains swept out from the Yama demon portrait, crisscrossing the air and instantly appearing in all directions around Zhi Xinhan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, more than a dozen ghost chains wrapped around Zhi Xinhan and kept shrinking. Zhi Xan Han kept dodging the ghost chains, but the range of the ghost chains was shrinking. With one careless move, his right leg was bound by a ghost chain. Zhi Xinhan's pupils shrank as an intense pain assaulted his divine soul. This kind of pain was as if his divine soul had been ruthlessly slashed by some kind of sharp weapon. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhi Xinhan's figure paused, and the rest of the ghost chains instantly wrapped around him, binding him tightly. The intense pain made Zish Shinhan raise his head to the sky and scream, his whole body twitching. City Lord Mei-ing, kill him! Zhuowen's face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Using this ghost chain kill, his soul also had to bear a part of the pain. However, the current Zhuowen was much better. His divine soul had undergone a transformation and was much stronger. The difference between his divine soul and Zish Shinhan's was not that big, so Zhuowen could still withstand it. Mei-ing naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. Like a white shadow, she flew out and used the soul surprise attack again. She turned into a ray of light and teleported in front of Zish Shinhan. Her right claw blasted out, and a powerful ray of light swept out from the giant claw. Then it directly pierced towards the center of Zish Shinhan's eyebrows. This move was obviously intended to destroy Zish Shinhan's divine soul. Zish Shinhan also felt Mei-ying's killing intent, but he was tightly bound by the ghost chains. He struggled with difficulty and could not break free. However, in the face of the threat of death, Zish Shinhan obviously intended to go all out. He frantically burned his blood essence, and the aura on his body rapidly rose. Bang! Zish Shinhan forcibly broke free from the ghost chain kill, and then released his right leg. With a light step on the ground, he barely dodged Mei-ying's killing blow. Bang! 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 Zish Shinhan went completely crazy. The moment he burned his blood essence, his aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. The ghost chains on his body began to break one by one. The nine-tailed fox that Mei-ying manifested also realized that Zish Shinhan was going all out. She absolutely could not let him break free from the ghost chains. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar! When the nine-tailed fox approached Zish Shinhan again, before she could attack, the black bull that Zish Shinhan manifested suddenly opened its mouth and bit the nine-tailed fox's neck. Then the black bull fiercely swung, and the nine-tailed fox was directly thrown to the ground. Blood gushed out of the nine-tailed fox's neck like a fountain. The nine-tailed fox struggled to get up, but after a few attempts, she lay back down on the ground. Her injuries were too serious, and she could not get up at all. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. Seeing the ghost chains on Zish Shinhan's body constantly breaking apart, he felt somewhat anxious. Although the killing array had been operating, Zish Shinhan was now in a berserk state. His strength had risen to an extremely terrifying level in an instant. The killing array did not have much effect on Zish Shinhan. "Little bastard, you're dead. You force me to burn my blood essence. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me." Zish Shinhan was completely crazy. He was burning his blood essence at the cost of his life. He knew that after burning his blood essence, his chances of survival were not great. Knowing that he was going to die, he became even crazier. He would not stop until he killed Zhuowen. Bang! The last ghost face was broken by Zish Shinhan. Then Zish Shinhan's 4 strong hooves stomped on the ground. Like a gust of black wind, he rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen took a deep breath. Looking at the Yama ghost diagram above his head, his eyes flickered and he whispered, "It seems that I can only use that move." The second layer of the Yama ghost diagram opened for me, demons, monsters. The Yama ghost diagram had 3 layers, and each layer had an extremely powerful force. The first layer of the Yama ghost diagram was the ghost chains, and the second layer was demons, monsters, monsters. The moment Zhuowen opened the second layer, his divine soul seemed to explode like countless bombs. His entire divine soul seemed to be ground into powder. The pain almost made him faint. This was the first time he opened the Yama ghost diagram. He did not expect that the second layer would burden his divine soul so much, but he endured it and forced himself to stay awake. He did not want to faint. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the huge black bull that was charging toward him. Gji. A very terrifying sound came from the Yama ghost diagram, and even more dense black chi gushed out from it. Behind the black chi, a vague black shadow slowly emerged, crawling out from the second layer of the Yama ghost diagram. The black shadow was slightly taller than the average human. Its face was unclear, but it had a pair of blood-red eyes. The moment the black shadow came out, the surrounding aura suddenly became cold and gloomy. The black shadow looked coldly at Zhuo, then immediately let out a shrill cry and rushed toward the huge black bull. Boom! Zhuo was surprised to find that the black shadow only threw a punch, and the berserk black bull was smashed to the ground. Then, the black shadow punched down again and again, and the black bull let out a cry of fear as blood splattered. However, the following scene caused Zhuo to frown. Chapter 30, 174. Subduing the Dark Rock Divine City Crunch. Crunch. The horrifying sound of chewing resounded in this space. Zhuo and Mei felt their scalps go numb. No, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Zish Xinhan was terrified. He looked at Zhuo with his huge bull eyes and made a pleading sound. This black shadow was too strange. Its strength had reached a terrifying level. In front of this black shadow, Zish Xinhan was simply unable to fight back. The black shadow ignored Zish Xinhan's pleas. Its right hand grabbed Zish Xinhan's body and tore off a large piece of flesh, chewing it with relish. Zhuo looked at this scene and couldn't help but frown. However, his divine soul was seriously injured from opening the second layer of the Yama demon diagram. Now he had a splitting headache. He wanted to use his divine sense to control the black shadow, but he found that the black shadow didn't seem to care about him at all. Zish Xinhan's screams grew weaker and weaker until they finally returned to silence. Zhuo found that Zish Xinhan's flesh had been completely devoured by the black shadow, leaving behind only a huge skeleton. After the black shadow finished eating Zish Xinhan's flesh, its right hand suddenly slapped Zish Xinhan's skull. Zish Xinhan's skull cracked open. An ray of dim light shot out like an arrow, fleeing into the distance. Unfortunately, the black shadow stretched out its right hand and caught the ray of dim light. Looking carefully, this dim light was Zish Xinhan's appearance. It was equivalent to a miniature version of Zish Xinhan. This was Zish Xinhan's divine soul. The divine soul of a master of sky-piercing was not so easy to destroy. They had all kinds of sky-piercing methods to protect their divine soul from harm. Just now, Zish Xinhan's divine soul was fleeing at a very fast speed. Even an ordinary sky-piercing master wouldn't be able to realize that it was Zish Xinhan's divine soul. However, the black shadow was able to casually grab Zish Xinhan's divine soul in its hand. It was clear that this black shadow strength was not ordinary. I beg you, let me go. I am willing to give you Dark Rock Divine City. I can give you everything in the massacre, heavenly domain, as long as you let me go. I beg you. Zish Xinhan was really frightened. His divine soul cast a pleading look at Zhuo as he spoke in a low voice. Zhuo smiled bitterly. Now, Zish Xinhan only had his spiritual soul left. Moreover, his spiritual soul was seriously injured. If Zish Xinhan wanted to reconstruct his fleshly body, then his cultivation realm would inevitably fall. He would no longer pose any threat to Zhuo. Therefore, it was natural for him to spare Zish Xinhan's life. However, the black shadow was completely out of his control. It completely ignored his divine will and acted arbitrarily. Zish Xinhan's words were only half spoken when his soul was swallowed up by the black shadow. After getting rid of Zish Xinhan, the black shadow's pair of scarlet eyes looked towards Zhuo. Zhuo's heart trembled. He saw greed and desire in that pair of scarlet eyes. This guy can't be thinking of devouring me, right? Sure enough, after the black shadow glanced at Zhuo, it actually pounced on Zhuo. The greed in its eyes became even more intense. Damn it! What is this thing that's released from the second level of the Yama demon diagram? It's simply a madman. Zhuo's face was ugly. His spiritual soul, communicated with the Yama demon diagram and began to suppress the black shadow. The black shadow suddenly fell to the ground. It held its head and kept rolling, letting out a low roar. The moment the black shadow rolled, Zhuowen reluctantly threw the Yama demon diagram to the black shadow. The black shadow was sucked back into the Yama demon diagram. The Yama demon diagram closed again. Zhuowen fell to the ground with a thump. His face was pale and he had a splitting headache. He directly fainted. The consumption of the Yama demon diagram on the spiritual soul was too terrifying. Although Zhuowen's spiritual soul had transformed once before, it was enough to withstand the pressure of the first level of the Yama demon diagram. However, the consumption of the second level of the Yama demon diagram on the spiritual soul was too terrifying. Even the current Zhuowen was somewhat unable to bear it. When Zhuowen woke up again, he found himself lying in an antique room surrounded by the scent of red sandalwood. "Immortal Master Zhuo, you're finally awake." A timid, yet admiring voice sounded beside the bed. Zhuowen turned his head and found the Dragon Clan youth, Haruei, standing not far from the bed. When Haruei saw Zhuowen looking over, his body involuntarily stiffened. His eyes were filled with nervousness. "How long have I been unconscious? Where is this place?" Zhuowen held his forehead and asked in a deep voice. Haruei hurriedly said, "You were unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. This is the city, Lord Manor of the Dark Rock Divine City. The Dark Rock Divine City is now under the complete control of the City Lord. Everyone in the Dark Rock Divine City is willing to submit to the City Lord." Zhuowen nodded. He wasn't surprised that Mei Ying was able to control the Dark Rock Divine City. The City Lord and the upper echelons of the Dark Rock Divine City had all been wiped out. There wasn't even a creator in the city. Most importantly, the Dark Rock Divine City's great array had been destroyed by Zhuowen. In other words, the Dark Rock Divine City had lost the support of the Great Array. The city was no longer filled with heavenly Tao energy. Without the heavenly Tao energy, the battle power of the people in the Dark Rock Divine City had decreased by more than half. Furthermore, the City Lord Manor had a killing array set up by Zhuowen. Mei Ying could use the City Lord Manor as the core and easily occupy the other parts of the Dark Rock Divine City. "Immortal Master Zhuo, the City Lord has instructed me to inform him immediately once you're awake. I'll take my leave first." Haruei looked at Zhuowen cautiously. His eyes were filled with inquiry. Zhuowen nodded. Haruei cupped his hands and left the room. Only Zhuowen was left in the room. His expression wasn't good. His divine soul was severely injured. It would take some time for him to recover. The Yama ghost portrait is really a divine weapon that harms others and oneself. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He had a love-hate relationship with the Yama ghost portrait. The power of the Yama ghost portrait was beyond his expectations. However, the danger was so great that he couldn't bear it. Zhuowen even suspected that if he didn't have the Panga banner to protect his divine soul, he would have been killed by the Yama ghost portrait when he first used it. "I'm still too weak." Zhuowen sighed softly. He knew that if his soul was strong enough, then he would be able to bring forth even greater might from the Yama's ghost portrait. Moreover, the black shadow released from the second level of the Yama's ghost portrait would probably not dare to attack him. "This time, I must raise my cultivation before I enter the forbidden area," Zhuowen muttered. At that moment, the door opened. Mei Ying brought Great Guardian Jie and Haruei in. "Immortal Master Zhuo, you're finally awake." Mei Ying was excited to see Zhuowen awake. He hurried to Zhuowen's bedside. Then Mei Ying and Zhuowen talked about what had happened in the past 2 days. The main thing that had happened over the past 2 days was that Mei Ying had forcefully subdued the Dark Rock Divine City. However, Mei Ying hinted that the third Divine City in the Massacre Sky territory, the Quiet Sun Divine City, had become restless after receiving news that the Dark Rock Divine City had been destroyed. It seemed like they were going to send their troops to attack the Dark Rock Divine City. Chapter 31:75. Mei Su and Jiang Ye's crisis. Mei Ying's eyes flashed with worry when the Quiet Sun Divine City was mentioned. Zhuowen smiled faintly. City Lord Mei Ying, you don't have to worry about this. If the Quiet Sun Divine City really comes, they will be the ones in trouble, not us. Mei Ying glanced at Zhuowen and smiled sweetly. The reason why she mentioned the Quiet Sun Divine City was not without reason. She had been waiting for Zhuowen to say this. The Dark Rock Divine City's array was basically destroyed. If the Quiet Sun Divine City came, they would have no choice but to abandon the city and flee. However, Mei Ying knew that Zhuowen was a heaven-piercing divine array master. As long as Zhuowen agreed to set up a defensive array in the Dark Rock Divine City, no matter how many people the Quiet Sun Divine City sent, it would be useless. Zhuowen naturally saw through Mei Ying's intentions. However, he didn't mind. Mei Ying had helped him a few times. How could he not help her with this small matter? Immortal Master Zhuo, this is the location of the Forbidden Zone in the Massacre Sky Domain. The location of this Forbidden Zone is very mysterious. You can't find it without a map. Take good care of this map. Mei Ying handed a sheepskin map to Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't refuse and kept the map. This was what he had agreed to with Mei Ying. Immortal Master Zhuo, it's all thanks to you that we were able to take down the Dark Rock Divine City. How about this? You will be the City Lord of the Dark Rock Divine City. As for the jade or veins, I only want 10%. The rest is yours, Mei Ying said. Zhuowen looked at Mei Ying in surprise. He didn't expect Mei Ying to give him so much jade or veins. Just as he was about to reject, Mei Ying said seriously, Immortal Master Zhuo, you must accept this. Most of the credit for taking down the Dark Rock Divine City goes to you. You deserve all of this. Seeing Mei Ying's determination, Zhuowen could only nod. He then asked City Lord Mei Ying, how are Miss Mei Su and Uncle Jiang? Mei Ying's beautiful eyes dimmed as she said in a low voice, the soul-devouring parasites in Mei Su and Jiang, Ye's divine souls, are getting more and more rampant. Their current condition is very bad. I don't think they can hold on for much longer. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly, and he said solemnly, City Lord Mei Ying, bring me over to take a look. Maybe I have a way to solve it. Mei Ying glanced at Zhuowen and shook his head. Immortal Master Zhuo, although your formation Tao level is indeed very high, it's impossible to deal with the soul-devouring parasite with formations unless it's a high-level alchemist. For the past 2 days, I have sought out all the pill refiners in Dark Rock God City. Even the strongest pill refiner, Lin Hu, was unable to solve the problem of the soul-devouring parasite. He could only help suppress it. Even so, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it for much longer. Just take me there. Zhuowen said seriously. Mei Ying nodded and led Zhuowen to Mei Su and Jiang Ye's room. Mei Su and Jiang Ye's rooms weren't far from Zhuowen's, so they arrived in a few minutes. However, there were 2 guards standing outside the door. When the 2 guards saw Mei Ying, they respectfully knelt on the ground and greeted the city lord. Mei Ying nodded and asked, Is Pill Refiner Lin Hu inside? One of the guards nodded and asked hesitantly, City Lord, are you going in? Yes, why? Is there a problem? Mei Ying understood the meaning behind the guard's words. It's like this. Pill Refiner Lin Hu has instructed that without his permission, no one is allowed to enter. Even the city lord has to wait outside and wait for him to come out. The guard said respectfully. Mei Ying frowned slightly. She glanced at Zhuowen and nodded. Since Pill Refiner Lin Hu has said so, we will wait. Zhuowen was deep in thought. That lakeside alchemist, Mei Ying, had told him that he was the most powerful alchemist in Dark Rock Divine City. He was actually a Genesis alchemist and was highly regarded by Ziju Xinhan. After Ziju Xanhan died and Dark Rock God City was taken over by Mei Ying, Pill Refiner Lin who served Maying. Even Hong Xian Divine City did not have a Genesis pill refiner. Maying naturally would not let go of such a talent. As long as Pill Refiner Lin who had any request, Maying would do his best to satisfy him. No, we will go in and take a look now. City Lord Maying, you should know that the soul-devouring parasite is extremely dangerous. If we are late, Miss Mei Su and Uncle Jiang will be in more danger. Zhuowen waved his sleeves and opened the door, ignoring the two guards' hesitation. Boom! The moment the door was opened, a strong force flew towards Zhuowen's vitals. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and kicked off with his right foot, dodging the strong force. He turned around and saw the true face of the strong force. It was a pitch-black dagger. Who is it? How dare you barge into my room? In the middle of the room, a very old foreign race elder glared at Zhuowen, who had dodged the dagger. Zhuowen knew that this foreign race elder was the Pill Refiner Lin who that Maying had mentioned. Maying hurried forward to stop the enraged foreign race elder and said, Pill Refiner Lin, who don't be angry. We are also worried about Mei Su and Jiang Yi. When Pill Refiner Lin, who saw that it was Maying, the anger on his face faded a little. He said with some displeasure, City Lord, I have already told you that I cannot be disturbed during the treatment. How can you let this person do as he pleases? Maying hurriedly explained. Zhuowen ignored Pill Refiner Lin and Maying and strode towards Mei Su and Jiang Yi, who were lying on the bed. The two of them were lying quietly on the bed. Zhuowen reached out to feel their pulse, and his face instantly turned ugly. When Pill Refiner Lin who saw Zhuowen approaching his patients, he was furious. He immediately went forward to criticize Zhuowen. Who are you? These two are my patients. What are you doing here? Get lost. Slap. Zhuowen slapped Pill Refiner Lin whose face. Pill Refiner Lin who fell to the ground and his cheeks swelled up. Pill Refiner Lin who was stunned. Maying was also stunned. Immortal Master Zhua, what are you doing? Pill Refiner Lin who is saving Mei Su and Jiang Yi. How can you do this? Mei Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Her tone became impulsive and agitated. City Lord Maying, if you let this guy continue with the treatment, Miss Mei Su and Uncle Jiang will become zombies. They will lose their consciousness completely. Zhuowen said coldly. Maying was stunned and subconsciously asked, What do you mean? Alchemist Riverside stood up and roared furiously. Ignorant brat, you've got guts actually daring to hit me. City Lord, this person is here to cause trouble. Why aren't you arresting him? If you dare to say another word, I will kill you immediately. Zhuowen looked coldly at Pill Refiner Lin who. Pill Refiner Lin who was frightened by Zhuowen's glare and did not dare to say another word. Zhuowen came to the bedside and took out 2 divine pills to recover the soul from the outside world. He fed them to Mei Su and Jiang Yi. Pill Refiner Lin who was in a rage, was dumbfounded when he saw the divine pills that Zhuowen fed to Mei Su and Jiang Yi. 8 sceneries, soul, condensing, divine pill. Pill Refiner Lin whose eyes were filled with shock. He recognized the 2 divine pills that Zhuowen gave him. The 8 sceneries, soul, condensing divine pill was a fortune grade divine pill. It was a precious divine pill that specialized in recovering the soul. This divine pill was very precious, and its value was comparable to an ordinary heaven-grade divine pill. The reason for this was because the main ingredient of this divine pill was the realm-eluding underworld soul flower. The realm-eluding underworld soul flower was extremely rare and was a divine pill that could only be found by chance. In the past, Zhuowen had obtained some realm-eluding underworld soul flowers from the 10 Extremities In-Corp sect and the 8 sceneries soul-condensing divine pill from Ji-Wuming. After he became a creation-grade alchemist, he refined some 8 sceneries soul consolidating divine pills in case he needed them when his spirit was severely injured. Chapter 3176. Alchemist, Lin Hu, stared at Zhuowen in a daze. He swallowed the scolding he was about to spit out. He knew very well that this kid was able to take out the 8 sceneries, soul-condensing divine pill. Either this kid had a creation-grade pill master backing him, or he was a creation-grade pill master himself. Of course, alchemist Linhu felt that the former was more likely. He watched coldly from the sidelines. In his opinion, the 8 sceneries soul-condensing divine pill could only help Mei Su and Jiang Yi recover a portion of their souls. It was basically impossible to get rid of the soul-devouring parasite. Zhuowen looked too young. Alchemist Linhu naturally did not think that this kid's alchemy skills were high. It was impossible for him to do anything about the soul-devouring parasite in Mei Su and Jiang Ye's bodies. Alchemist Linhu did not say anything to stop Zhuowen. He wanted to see what kind of expression this kid would have when he could not get rid of the soul-devouring parasite. Zhuowen naturally did not know what Alchemist Linhu was thinking. After he fed the 8 sceneries soul-condensing divine pill to Mei Su and Jiang Ye's mouths, he could clearly see that their complexions had improved. However, Zhuowen's expression did not relax. Mei Ying had previously told him that the soul-devouring parasite was extremely strange. When it entered the depths of a cultivator's forehead, it immediately began to gnaw on their soul. If there were enough soul-devouring parasites, even if it was an expert of the master of Tongtian, his soul would be immediately devoured by the soul-devouring parasites and he would die. Zhuowen knew that if he wanted to expel the soul-devouring parasite, he couldn't just rely on divine pills. Instead, he needed to use his divine sense to probe Mei Su and Jiang Ye's divine souls and forcefully extract the parasite. In the massacre heavenly domain, no cultivator's divine sense could be used. Previously, Zhuowen was able to forcefully use his divine sense because of the Panga banner. Moreover, he had paid a hefty price. Thinking of this, Zhuowen said to Mei Ying, "City Lord Mei Ying, I am now preparing to save Miss Mei Su and Uncle Jiang. During this period, I must not be disturbed. You can leave now." Alchemist Riverside's eyes were dark as he said in a low voice, "City Lord, this child might not even know how to refine pills. If you let him treat you, you won't be leading him astray. If something goes wrong, it will be a matter of life and death. Master Immortal Zhua, I'm counting on you." Mei Ying did not bother about Pill Master Riverside. Instead, he asked Protector Ying Jie to drag Pill Master Riverside out of the room before closing the door. "City Lord Mei Ying, you would rather believe an ignorant child than me?" Alchemist Linhu looked very displeased. He looked at Mei Ying with a questioning gaze. Protector Ying Jie was rather displeased with Alchemist Riverside's attitude and said coldly, "Alchemist Riverside, is this the attitude you should have towards a city lord?" Mei Ying stopped Great Guardian Ying Jie as her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Alchemist Linhu. She asked solemnly, "Alchemist Linhu, do you know who is inside?" Alchemist Linhu felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy and subconsciously asked, "Who is this?" "He is Zhuowen. He is also the Master Immortal Zhua, who has been the talk of the town in Dark Rock Divine City recently. I said that if he insists on killing you, I don't have the right to kill him," Mei Ying said coldly. Alchemist Linhu's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning as it exploded. Zhuowen's name had spread throughout Dark Rock Divine City over the past few days. It was extremely sensational. There was no one in Dark Rock Divine City who didn't know this name. It was said that Master Immortal Zhua was a terrifyingly powerful heaven-piercing array Dao Master. According to the rumors, Master Immortal Zhua used his own strength to control all the arrays in Dark Rock Divine City. In the end, he gathered the power of all the arrays in Dark Rock Divine City and gathered them in the city Lord's residence to form a heaven-piercing array. Master Immortal Zhua used this array to eliminate all the higher-ups in Dark Rock Divine City. Dark Rock Divine City's city lord, Che Xinhan, also died in his hands. It could be said that Master Immortal Zhua was a ruthless person in the hearts of everyone in Dark Rock Divine City. This person was simply too ruthless. even a heaven-piercing expert like the city lord of Dark Rock Divine City, Shinhan, had died in his hands. Who else could fight with such a ruthless person? Thank you, City Lord Maying. Alchemist Linhu hurriedly knelt on one knee and thanked Maying with cupped fists. He was extremely terrified. He never expected that the young man he was shouting at was actually the ruthless person who had single-handedly eliminated the higher-ups in the city lord's residence. City Lord Maying helped Alchemist Linhu up and consoled him. Alchemist Linhu, you don't have to be too worried. Master Immortal Zhuo isn't an unreasonable person. However, you can't shout at him like this from now on. Alchemist Linhu was very submissive. After knowing Zhuowen's identity, he wouldn't dare to treat Zhuowen with such an attitude, even if he was given 10 guts. At this moment, in the room, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed. He closed his eyes and began to mobilize the Panga banner in his divine soul. With the help of the Panga banner, Zhuowen forcibly used his divine sense. His divine sense shot into Mei Su's glabella like a sharp arrow and entered the deepest part of her divine soul. In Mei Su's divine soul, Zhuowen found that her divine soul looked like it had been gnawed by worms. It was riddled with holes and looked very broken. His divine sense continued to penetrate deeper. Soon, he found 3 worm-like shadows in the depths of Mei Su's divine soul. He knew that these 3 worm-like shadows should be the soul-devouring parasites that Mei Ying had mentioned. The 3 soul-devouring parasites seemed to have sensed the aura of Zhuowen's divine sense. Like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow, they let out ferocious cries. Then the 3 soul-devouring parasites turned into 3 shadows and rushed towards Zhuowen's divine sense. Zhuowen snorted coldly in his heart. With the Panga banner, his divine sense had become extremely powerful, especially since his divine sense had been tainted with the aura of Panga land. The 3 soul-devouring parasites did not pose much of a threat to him. Sizzle! Sizzle! Sure enough, the moment the 3 soul-devouring parasites rushed into Zhuowen's divine sense, they emitted wisps of white smoke and began to rise. In just an instant, the 3 soul-devouring parasites were wiped out by Zhuowen's divine sense. After Zhuowen withdrew his divine sense from Mei Su's divine soul, he clearly saw that Mei Su's complexion had become much better and her breathing had become much smoother. Next, Zhuowen once again probed into Jiang Ye's divine soul with his divine sense. There were fewer soul-devouring parasites in Jiang Ye's divine soul than Mei Su's. There was only 1 soul-devouring parasite, so Zhuowen easily destroyed it. When Zhuowen's divine sense withdrew from Jiang Ye's divine soul, he almost knelt on the ground with a thump. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead and his expression was slack. He had forcibly used his divine sense. Even with the help of the Panga banner, he still paid a great price and his divine soul was severely damaged. Zhuowen took out an 8 scenery soul, condensing divine pill, and swallowed it. Although he still had a splitting headache, it was much better than before. Looking at Mei Su and Jiang Yi, who were still unconscious, Zhuowen's expression became extremely solemn. Chapter 30:177. Iyuan Spirit Concealing Pill. Both Mei Su and Jiang Ye's souls were on the verge of collapsing. The 8 scenery soul, condensing divine pills that Zhuowen had given them just now, was merely to stabilize their souls. However, it would be difficult to rely on the 8 scenery soul consolidating divine pills to recover their souls. Zhuowen knew that Mei Su and Jiang Yi could only recover by consuming divine pills that were of the heaven level and divine pills. Divine pills of the creation level would not have much effect on their souls. Zhuowen took out the true record of pill arrays and began to flip through the divine pill section. Soon, he found a heaven-level divine pill called the Iyuan Spirit Concealing Pill. It was said that as long as one soul was not destroyed, no matter how serious the soul was, it could recover in a short time. However, Zhuowen did not have the heavenly-grade unity spirit grass that was required to refine the first origin concealing spirit treasure pill. As for the other supplementary herbs, Zhuowen had most of them. After opening the door, Zhuowen saw Mei Ying, great guardianing Jie, and the lakeside alchemist waiting outside the door. Mei Ying's eyes lit up when he saw Zhuowen. He rushed to Zhuowen and asked anxiously, "Celestial Master Zhuo, how are Mei Ying and Jiang Yi?" "City Governor Mei Ying, don't worry. I have removed the soul-devouring parasitic worms from Miss Mei Su and Uncle Zhang's souls. However, their souls were severely damaged by the soul-devouring parasitic worms, and they are still in a coma," Zhuowen said calmly. Mei Ying quickly thanked Zhuowen and asked, "Celestial Master Zhuo, when will Mei Su and Jiang Yi wake up?" In Mei Ying's opinion, since the soul-devouring parasitic worms had been removed, Mei Su and Jiang Ye's lives were no longer in danger. Unfortunately, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Their souls were severely damaged. I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to wake up." Mei Ying was stunned and asked, "Celestial Master Zhuo, what do you mean?" The soul-devouring parasite had been eliminated, so why was it so difficult for them to wake up? "Didn't you take out a divine pill just now?" After swallowing it, they looked much better. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. "City Lord Mei Ying, that divine pill is the 8 Sceneries Soul Condensing Divine Pill, a destination-grade divine pill that specializes in restoring a cultivator's soul. But just now, I discovered that the 8 Sceneries Soul Condensing Divine Pill had little effect on Miss Mei Su and the others' damaged souls. If you want to wake them up, you'll need a heaven-piercing divine pill." Mei Ying was stunned. Her body trembled, and she couldn't help but mumble to herself, "Celestial divine pellet? How is this possible? In the entire Massacre Heavenly region, there isn't an earth alchemist of this level." Alchemist Linhu was standing not far behind Mei Ying. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Zhuowen. After learning of Zhuowen's identity, Alchemist Linhu swore in his heart that he would never dare to talk nonsense about Zhuowen again unless he was courting death. "I have the recipe for a divine pill called the Spirit Concealing Divine Pill. This divine pill is a heaven-piercing divine pill that specializes in restoring souls. However, I'm still missing the main ingredient, the Unity Spiritual Grass. As long as I can get the Unity Spiritual Grass, I'll be able to refine the Spirit Concealing Divine Pill. By then, it'll be easy to save Miss Mei Su and the others." Zhuowen's voice was calm, and there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. His alchemy skills had already reached the peak of the destination grade. Relying on the quintessence Hongmeng Wuji and the true record of Pillarays, he had a high chance of successfully refining the Spirit Concealing Divine Pill. Moreover, the Spirit Concealing Divine Pill was one of the more basic divine pills among the heaven-piercing divine pills. If Zhuowen could successfully refine it, his alchemy skills would be able to advance to the heaven-piercing divine pill. However, Zhuowen also knew that a heaven-piercing divine pill like the Unity Spiritual Grass was too rare. Without the main ingredient, he wouldn't even have the chance to refine the Spirit Concealing Divine Pill. Upon hearing this, Mei Ying's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of strangeness. She said softly, "Immortal Master Zhuo, the Unity Spiritual Grass you mentioned, is it this divine pill?" As she spoke, Mei Ying took out a brocade box and opened it. Inside lay a palm-sized 7-leaf grass that was covered with complicated patterns. Every leaf of the 7-leaf grass was filled with complicated patterns. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged out from the 7-leaf grass, causing a terrifying vision to appear in the sky above Dark Rock City. At the same time, the 7 leaves of the 7-leaf grass gathered in one direction as if they were about to merge into one. There was a huge difference between them and the other leaves. Unity Spiritual Grass. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he immediately recognized the 7-leaf grass as the Unity Spiritual Grass. "City Governor Mei Ying, you actually have a heaven-piercing divine pill." Zhuo Wenjin felt that this was inconceivable. Heaven-connecting spirit herbs were simply too rare, especially this unity spirit grass. In the Xianmi heavenly domain, many heaven-connecting spirit masters did not even have a single stalk of heaven-connecting spirit herb. Zhuowen's luck was too good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many heaven-piercing divine pills. Mei Ying smiled and said, I obtained the unity spiritual grass when I barged into the forbidden area. I obtained a total of 3 unity spiritual grass. However, the forbidden area was too dangerous, and I didn't dare to venture too deep. In the end, I could only retreat. Forbidden area! Zhuowen's eyes lit up. From Mei Ying's words, he could tell that there were many high-quality divine pills in the forbidden area. Mei Ying actually obtained 3 unity spiritual grass from there. It could be seen that the forbidden area was a land of treasures. However, Zhuowen also knew that misfortune and fortune were interdependent. There were many precious divine pills in the forbidden area. Correspondingly, the forbidden area was filled with terrifying dangers. There was no doubt about that. Celestial Master Zhuo, you said that you can refine a heaven-piercing divine pill like the first origin concealing spirit pill. Does that mean that you're a heaven-piercing alchemist? Mei Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with radiance. She stared at Zhuowen. Alchemist Lin Hu's body trembled as he looked at Zhuowen in shock. He already knew that Celestial Master Zhuo was already a heaven-piercing divine array master. This was already enough to stun him. However, he now received news that this person was actually a heaven-piercing alchemist. This was too unbelievable. Alchemy and array Dao were 2 fields that required a lot of time and energy to cultivate. In order to reach the heaven-piercing level in either of these fields, one had to have the opportunity and talent to do so. Alchemist Lin Hu had never seen a freak who had reached the heaven-piercing level in both fields. He even suspected that there was really someone in this world who could become a heaven-piercing divine array master and alchemist at the same time. However, he had seen it now. Moreover, it was such a young freak. Zhuowen said confidently, I'm not a heaven-piercing alchemist yet. I'm only at the peak of the creation level. However, I'm confident that I can refine the first origin concealing spirit pill. Mei Ying and alchemist Lin Hu looked at each other. Although Zhuowen was not a heaven-piercing alchemist, he was only at the peak of the creation level. That was already very impressive. Chapter 30, 178. Trust Mei Ying looked at the confident young man and gritted her teeth. Celestial Master Zhuo, I'll leave Mei Su and Jiang Ye's recovery to you. I'll give you all 3 stalks of unity spiritual grass to refine the spirit-concealing pill. Zhuowen looked at Mei Ying in surprise. City Lord Mei Ying, are you that confident in my alchemy skills? No, I just believe in you. A person who can rely on himself to reach the ascending heaven grade in the array Dao is definitely a peerless genius. I'm sure you won't be any weaker than the array Dao in the land of alchemy. Of course, there's another reason. You're the highest-ranked Earth alchemist in the Massacre, heavenly region. If you can't save Mei Su and Jiang Yi, I really can't think of anyone else who can. Mei Ying glanced at Lin Hu. She was glad that Zhuowen had insisted on coming over to check on Mei Su and Jiang Yi. Otherwise, alchemist Lin Hu would have delayed their treatment. After all, Lin Hu was only a Genesis-grade alchemist, while Zhuowen was a peak creation-grade alchemist. The 2 of them weren't even on the same level. Lin, who quickly stepped forward and knelt in front of Zhuowen. His voice trembled as he said, Celestial Master Zhuo, Lin Hu failed to recognize you and offended you. Please punish me. Lin Hu is willing to accept any punishment. Zhuowen looked at Lin Hu silently. Lin Hu was actually quite talented, but his alchemy skills were too low. Therefore, the way he treated Mei Su and Jiang Yi was correct in his opinion, but in Zhuowen's opinion it was a complete mess. Moreover, because of the wrong treatment method, Mei Su and Jiang Yi had almost died. However, Zhuowen also knew that Alchemist Riverside did not do it on purpose. He did not blame Alchemist Riverside in his heart. Mei Ying didn't plead for Lin Hu. She looked at Zhuowen cautiously. Zhuowen was too monstrous. His identity as ascending heaven-grade array Tao Master was already terrifying enough. However, this guy was also a peak creation-grade alchemist. Mei Ying knew that Zhuowen's achievements were second to none in the primitive heavenly region. As long as it was because of Zhuowen, the 10 great races of the prehistoric heaven realm would be on good terms with him. This person was destined to be an auspicious dragon that soared to the 9 heavens in the future. His status would far surpass hers. Now, in front of Zhuowen, she felt suppressed. Alchemist Lin Hu, you didn't do it on purpose. Now that Miss Mei Su and Uncle Jiang have been rescued, let's put this matter behind us, Zhuowen said with a smile. Alchemist Lin Hu was filled with gratitude. He hurriedly kowtowed to Zhuowen. Mei Ying also heaved a sigh of relief. Alchemist Lin Hu was, after all, a peak Genesis grade alchemist. He was of a much higher level than all the alchemists in Hongxian God City. Mei Ying was naturally unwilling to lose such a talent. Now that Zhuowen was willing to let Alchemy Master Lakeside go, she was naturally relieved. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards Zhuowen. City Governor Mei Ying, I will need your Unity spiritual grass to refine the Yuan Spirit concealment pill. But don't worry, if I succeed, I won't take a single divine pill. I will give them all to you. Of course, if I fail, I will compensate you for your losses, Zhuowen said in a low voice. Mei Ying hurriedly waved his hand and said, Celestial Master Zhua, you are too courteous. It is already a great favor that you are willing to refine the Yuan Spirit concealment pill for Mei Su and Uncle Jiang. How would I dare to ask for compensation? Also, if you succeed, we will split it 50-50 according to the alchemist's rules. Zhuowen originally wanted to reject, as he was not very confident that he could refine the Yuan Spirit concealment pill. Mei Ying had given him 3 stalks of Unity spiritual grass, which was a precious divine medicine, which made him feel a little embarrassed. However, since Mei Ying insisted, Zhuowen had no choice but to agree. Everything would be done according to the alchemist's rules. City Governor Mei Ying, pick a quiet room for me. I need to seclude myself for a period of time to refine the Yuan Spirit concealment pill, Zhuowen said to Mei Ying. Mei Ying nodded and began to instruct Great Guardian Yingjie to arrange the room. After arranging the room, Zhuowen did not immediately enter seclusion to refine the divine medicine. Instead, he asked Mei Ying to gather the experts in Dark Rock Divine City and find out all the important locations in Dark Rock Divine City for him. There were a total of 12 key locations in Dark Rock Divine City. Each location was heavily guarded by the Dark Rock Divine City. After completing the investigation of the 12 key locations in Dark Rock Divine City, Zhuowen spent 3 days to set up the array foundation at each of the key locations. He planned to set up the 12 divine fiends array at these 12 key locations. Each location represented an ancestral sorcerer's shadow. In the end, he set up the main array foundation at the core of the city governor's mansion. Only Mei Ying and he knew the location. After setting up the 12 divine fiends array, Zhuowen entered the room and began to refine the Yuan Spirit concealment pill. Before going into seclusion, Zhuowen had sternly instructed Mei Ying not to disturb him no matter what happened outside. In the Massacre Heavenly Domain, the only city that could threaten Dark Rock Divine City was the 3rd Divine City, the Quiet Sun Divine City. If Mei Ying's information was true, even if the Quiet Sun Divine City sent an army to invade Dark Rock Divine City, as long as Mei Ying activated the 12 divine fiends array according to his instructions, the Quiet Sun Divine City's army would not be able to break through Dark Rock Divine City's defenses. After instructing Mei Ying, Zhuowen set up the array outside the room and went into seclusion. This seclusion was crucial for him, as long as he could successfully refine the Yuan Spirit concealment pill, he would become a heaven-piercing alchemist. Since ancient times, Zhuowen had only heard of one person who had reached the heaven-piercing alchemy, Tao, and array Tao. That person was the alchemy array immortal monarch, who created the alchemy array Tao domain. He was also the creator of the earth pill array, true record that Zhuowen had obtained. Zhuowen also knew that if his alchemy Tao could reach the heaven-piercing alchemy Tao, he would be qualified to refine the 6 desires spirit congealing Saint Pill. Of course, he was only qualified. After all, the 6 desires spirit congealing Saint Pill was a divine pill at the peak of the heaven-piercing alchemy Tao. It was extremely difficult to refine. Moreover, the alchemy array true record did not mention the pill formula for such a divine pill. It was said that the alchemy array Tao domain headquarters had the pill formula for the 6 desires spirit congealing Saint Pill. In other words, after the primitive heavenly domain, Zhuowen had to make a trip to the alchemy array Tao domain to obtain the 6 desires spirit congealing Saint Pill. In the dark room, Zhuowen took out the imperial pill cauldron and looked at it silently. His gaze was solemn, and he did not immediately ignite the divine fire to refine the pill. There were only 3 sets of unity spirit grass. In other words, he only had 3 chances. Before refining the pill, he had to adjust his state of mind and repeatedly simulate every detail of refining the Yuan spirit congealing Saint Pill. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he would start refining the pill. Chapter 30, 179. Qi Gaoming, the Plum Blossom Tribe, was a small tribe on the border between the Dark Rock Divine City and the Quiet Sun Divine City. They had a total population of about 50 people and were about the same size as the Tiani tribe, the first tribe that Zhuowen had seen when he first came to the massacre, Heaven Domain. At this moment, all the tribesmen of the Plum Blossom Tribe were trembling as they knelt on the ground. Surprisingly, their gazes were fixed on a distant place. About 1,000 meters away from the Plum Blossom Tribe, there was a black mass of soldiers riding on tall, draconic horses. They were galloping towards the Plum Blossom Tribe. Wherever the army passed, dust and dirt would fly. The army of the Quiet Sun Divine City? Are they going to attack the territory of the Dark Rock Divine City? The chief of the Plum Blossom Tribe was an old man with white hair and beard. He stood at the entrance of the tribe, trembling as his legs turned to jelly. He was only the chief of a small tribe and had never seen such a terrifying army. At this moment, the black mass of soldiers that appeared in front of him numbered no less than 10,000. It was enough to crush the Plum Blossom Tribe to the ground in an instant. The tribesmen of the Plum Blossom Tribe didn't dare to run. They couldn't outrun the draconic horses. If they knelt and surrendered, they might live. If they ran, they would die without a doubt. The black mass of soldiers finally stopped at the entrance of the Plum Blossom Tribe. This army was clad in splendid armors. Judging from the size of this army, they were all human beings. The leader of this army was very tall and sturdy. He had a dignified aura about him. This was a middle-aged man. He was extremely handsome and had a chiseled face. He held a long spear and rode slowly to the entrance of the Plum Blossom Tribe on his draconic horse. He looked indifferently at the foreign tribesmen kneeling at the entrance of the tribe and said, "Are you the chief of this tribe?" The foreign tribesman trembled as he raised his head. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said, "Sir, this old man is the chief of this tribe. This old man is willing to submit to you. I hope that you can spare our lives. I agree to your surrender. However, I need to ask you something. I heard that the city lord of the Dark Rock Divine City, Ziche Shinhan, has fallen. Is this true?" The middle-aged man asked casually. The foreign race old man didn't dare to conceal anything and quickly said, "Sir, your information is really fast. Ziju Xan Han has indeed fallen." "Yes, I heard that Zish Shinhan died because of the Hongshin Divine City's city lord Meiying. Besides Meiying, who else participated in the operation to kill Zish Shinhan?" The middle-aged man was the city lord of the Quiet Sun God City, Qi Gaoming. He had already received the news of Zish Shinhan's death. He knew that Zish Shinhan had fallen because of his meeting with Meiying. Whether it was Zish Shinhan or Meiying, both of them were very strong. Since Zish Shinhan had fallen, Meiying must have been severely injured as well. This was the best opportunity for him to attack the Dark Rock Divine City. Therefore, he brought 10,000 elites from the Quiet Sun God City and rushed over. However, Qi Gaoming was a cautious person and didn't dare to enter Dark Rock Divine City rashly. The first thing he did after entering Dark Rock Divine City was to find out what had happened in Dark Rock Divine City. The foreign race old man shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure about this matter. I only know that City Lord Zish Shinhan has fallen. Before his death, City Lord Zish Shinhan received Hongxian Divine City's City Lord Meiying. Besides City Lord Meiying, I don't think anyone else is qualified to fight City Lord Zish Shinhan." Qi Gaoming nodded. The foreign race old man's thoughts were similar to his. In the massacre Heavenly Domain, only Qi Gaoming and Meiying, two transcending heaven masters, could kill Zish Shinhan. Qi Gaoming didn't know that Zish Shinhan's cultivation had already broken through to the mid-stage transcending heaven master. After all, Zish Shinhan had just broken through and was killed by Meiying and Zhuowen before he could spread the news. Therefore, in Qi Gaoming's eyes, Zish Shinhan was still an early-stage transcending heaven master. However, Qi Gaoming still had some doubts because Zish Shinhan had fallen in his Dark Rock Divine City. He knew that although the Dark Rock Divine City's array formations couldn't be compared to the Quiet Sun God City, they weren't inferior. In Qi Gaoming's opinion, it was a little strange that Zish Shinhan had been killed by Meiying in his own territory. Could it be that Zish Exanhan's strength was really lacking? Although Qi Gaoming had some doubts, he knew that this was a rare opportunity. Since Zish Shinhan had fallen, Meiying must have been seriously injured. Moreover, the Quiet Sun God City had a creation-grade divine array master. The success rate of this attack on the Dark Rock Divine City was very high. "City Lord, you are too cautious. Since Zish Shinhan has fallen, Meiying will need some time to win the hearts of the people. Now is the time when the Dark Rock Divine City is at its weakest. Moreover, I'm guessing that Zish Shinhan must have used a grand array during his battle with Meiying. I'm afraid that the grand array of the Dark Rock Divine City is no longer complete. With me around, the grand array of the Dark Rock Divine City is just a paper tiger. As long as we kill Meiying and the other high-ranking members of the Hongxian Divine City, the Dark Rock Divine City will naturally be ours." An old man in a black robe, who did not fit in with the surrounding soldiers, rode a dragon horse to Qi Gaoming's side. His voice was filled with pride. Qi Yingming looked at the black-robed old man and said politely, "Divine Master Zhou is right. However, the reason why I am so cautious is because Zish Shinhan's death is too strange. He was killed by Meiying in his own divine city." The black-robed old man said proudly, "City Lord Qi, your caution is unnecessary. With me around, the Quiet Sun God City will definitely be able to take down the Dark Rock Divine City. In the massacre Heavenly Domain, there is no one who can surpass me in the Rei Dao. Even if Zish Shinhan and Meiying are still alive and have joined forces in the Dark Rock Divine City, I can still ensure that you leave safely." Qi Yingming cupped his fists and firmly believed the black-robed old man's words. He knew that the black-robed old man was a creation-grade divine array master, the strongest divine array master in the massacre Heavenly Domain. However, the black-robed old man had always kept a low profile and was Qi Yingming's secret weapon. Neither the Hongxian Divine City nor the Dark Rock Divine City knew that he had such a powerful divine array master by his side. Now that he planned to attack the Dark Rock Divine City, he naturally brought along such an important person. With the black-robed old man around, Qi Yingming believed that he had nothing to fear from the grand array of the Dark Rock Divine City. Let's continue forward. We will attack the Dark Rock Divine City directly. After we take down the Dark Rock Divine City, the tribes under the jurisdiction of the Dark Rock Divine City will naturally submit to us," the black-robed old man continued. Chapter 3180. An army approaches in the main hall of the Dark Rock Divine City. Mei-ing, Great Guardian Ingjia, Riverside Alchemist, and Haruo sat solemnly. When Mei-ing received the news that the Quiet Sun Divine City's army was attacking, he immediately summoned Great Guardian Ingjia, Haruo, and Riverside Alchemist. Mei-ing said solemnly, "I didn't expect the Quiet Sun Divine City to send their army here so quickly. City, Lord Mei-ing, our Dark Rock Divine City has the 12 heavenly deities, fiendish array, set up by immortal Master Zhua. We aren't afraid of the Quiet Sun Divine City's army. If the Quiet Sun Divine City's army doesn't know what's good for them and attacks our Dark Rock Divine City, we can counterattack and catch them off guard." Alchemist Riverside stood up excitedly as he spoke in a loud and clear voice. After learning that Zhuowen had set up a heaven-piercing array in the Dark Rock Divine City, Alchemist Riverside's admiration for Zhuowen grew. Now he couldn't stop talking about Zhuowen. Mei-ing shook his head and said, "Before immortal Master Zhuo went into seclusion, he instructed us to bide our time and not counterattack." "Why?" Alchemist Riverside was puzzled. With the 12 heavenly deities' fiendish array, they could easily annihilate the Quiet Sun Divine City's army. Mei-ing shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't know why immortal Master Zhua instructed us to do so. Since he instructed us to do so, we just need to do as he says." Hearing this, Linhu Alchemist also fell silent. Ever since he found out about Zhua Wen's identity, he was extremely respectful towards Zhuowen. Although he felt that this decision was strange, he couldn't disobey Zhuowen's instructions. "Lord Mei-ing, the Quiet Sun Divine City's army is not far from the city gates. The Quiet Sun Divine City's city lord, Qi Gaoming, has ordered you to surrender." A servant rushed in from outside and knelt in front of Mei-ing. His voice trembled slightly. "So soon?" Mei-ing was surprised, but he didn't show any signs of nervousness. He looked at the other 3 people in the hall and said, "Let's go to the city gates and take a look." Outside the Dark Rock Divine City, Qi Gaoming rode on his dragon horse and stopped 500 meters away from the city gates. He looked at the tightly shut city gates and whispered to the black-robed elder beside him, "Divine Master Zhou, the great array of the Dark Rock Divine City still exists." The black-robed elderly man chuckled coldly. "It's just a god of creation stage, slaughter formation. I can destroy such a trashy formation in 10 breaths of time. City Lord, what you need to do now is to make Mei-ing surrender. If that Mei-ing knows what's good for him, I won't have to do anything. Of course, if he doesn't know what's good for him, I can easily destroy the city gate and any array in the city. I will make all the god masters in the city despair." Qi Gaoming heaved a light sigh of relief. Since it was only a god of creation stage, killing formation, there was nothing for him to worry about. At this moment, Mei-ing appeared on top of the city wall with Great Guardian Ingjia, Alchemist Linhu, and the rest. They looked down at Qi Gaoming's group. When Qi Gaoming saw Mei-ing and the others coming out, he was puzzled because he realized that Mei-ing's aura was vigorous and his body was vigorous. He did not seem to be injured at all. However, Qi Gaoming did not take it to heart. In his opinion, Mei-ing should be strong. He did not believe that Mei-ing could kill a divine master like Zish Exan Han without suffering any injuries. "City Lord Mei-ing, I am very grateful that you helped me get rid of a great enemy like Zish Exan Han. Moreover, I know about the grudge between you and Zish Exan Han. I should congratulate you. However, now that the grudge between you and Zish Exan Han has been resolved, you can leave the Dark Rock Divine City. I will take over from here." Qi Yingming raised his head and looked at Mei-ing. The corners of his mouth curved upwards. Great Guardian Ingjia and Alchemist Linhu glared at each other. This Qi Ming was too full of himself. He actually asked Mei Ying to leave the dark rock divine city and let him take over from here. Where did he get his confidence from? Mei Ying looked at Qi Yingming indifferently and said, City Lord Qi, the dark rock divine city, is not a place that you can meddle in. I advise you to leave. I will not pursue your offensive actions. Before Qi Gaoming could speak, the black-robed old man by Qi Gaoming's side spoke first. City Governor Mei Ying, City Governor Qi is right. It's best that you take your people and fuck off from Dark Rock City. If you don't get out now, you won't have the chance to do so. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask us to get out? Great Guardian Ing Jia said coldly. He trash. How dare you refute me? Once you enter, I will let you know what despair is. The black-robed elder laughed coldly. He jumped down from the dragon horse and walked to the front of the city gate. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out 81 array flags and formed a seal with both hands. Instantly, the array flags flew out from his hands. The array flags floated in front of him in an orderly manner and began to arrange themselves. Soon after, they turned into a gust of black wind and entered the city gate. Suddenly, the array on the city gate's surface fluctuated violently. When the fluctuation reached its peak, the array on the city gate's surface collapsed. In an instant, the black-robed elder had destroyed the Genesis-level defensive array on the city gate. It's a creation-level divine array master. I can't believe there is such a powerful divine array master hidden in the Nether Sun, Divine City. Mei Ying was surprised. She finally knew why the black-robed elder was so arrogant and why Qi Gaoming had come all the way to attack the Dark Rock Divine City. It was because of the existence of such a divine array master. Regardless of whether it was Hong Xian Divine City or Dark Rock Divine City, the grand arrays set up were basically Genesis-level grand arrays. It was too easy for the black-robed elder to destroy them. Even if it was an ordinary creation-level grand array, the elder would be able to destroy it. With such an existence, the Dark Rock Divine City's grand array was indeed just a decoration. Mei Ying, I advise you to surrender. I won't make things difficult for you. I will let you return to Hong Xian Divine City, and we will mind our own business, Qi Gaoming said with a faint smile. However, Mei Ying laughed and said, Qi Gaoming, if you have the guts, then go ahead and attack. If you can break into the Dark Rock Divine City, then you have the ability. What's the use of saying that you are so powerful? Qi Gaoming was inwardly annoyed. Mei Ying really underestimated him. Even Divine Master Zhou had made a move, but this fellow didn't show any fear. Instead, he was making fun of him. You have wasted your last chance. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite with you. Divine Master Zhou, help me destroy the entire Dark Rock Divine City's grand array. I want to force my way in. Qi Gaoming looked at the black-robed old man and the latter sneered. After saying that there was no problem, he formed a seal with both hands, and the 49 array flags flew out and left afterimages in the air. Instantly, the grand array that covered the surface of the Dark Rock Divine City began to fluctuate violently. With a rumble, the grand formation shattered into countless pieces of fine powder, and they scattered like specks of stars that fell to the ground. Follow me and attack. Chapter 30-181. Exit of the past Qi Gaoming took the lead. Before he reached the city gate, he thrust his spear forward. The spear's shadow was like lightning as it streaked across the sky and landed on the city gate. Bang! The city gate exploded with a loud bang, shattering into countless fragments. When the city gate was destroyed, the black-robed elder changed his hand seal and kept all the array flags. He leaped onto the dragon horse and followed the army into the city. City Governor Mei Ying, are you regretting it? The black-robed elder looked up at Mei Ying, who was still standing on the city wall, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. What surprised the black-robed elder was that Mei Ying was standing quietly on the city wall. His eyes were calm, and he did not see any trace of nervousness in Mei Ying's eyes. Humph! Are you still pretending? Let's see if you can continue pretending after we take down Dark Rock Divine City. The black-robed elder was unhappy with Mei Ying's calmness. He liked it when others surrendered to him and showed signs of regret. You are the ones who should regret it, not me. Mei Ying stood on the city wall and said softly. After Qi Gaoming entered the city, he immediately felt that something was amiss. He realized that there was no one on the street behind the city gate. Mei Ying must have known that our army is here. That's why he arranged for the people in the city to stay in the city governor's mansion. Let's continue forward and charge into the city governor's mansion. The black-robed elder caught up with Qi Gaoming and said in a cold and deep voice. Qi Gaoming nodded. Since the array in Dark Rock Divine City had been destroyed by the black-robed elder, he had nothing to worry about. Swoosh! Qi Gaoming continued forward at lightning speed. However, the deeper he went into the city, the more he felt that something was amiss. The black-robed elder also felt that something was amiss. He and Qi Gaoming stopped at the same time. Divine Master Zhou, what's going on? Why do I feel like I'm walking on the same spot? Qi Gaoming asked curiously. The black-robed elder's eyes flickered. He took out the array flags and started to deduce. After a while, the black-robed elder kept the array flags and said with a ghastly expression, City Governor, we have entered a large array. What? Entered a large array? Could it be that you didn't notice it in advance? Qi Gaoming's expression was ugly as he spoke in an unfriendly tone. The black-robed old man coughed dryly and said, City Lord, this formation is not simple. It could very well be a heavenly ascension formation. Qi Gaoming almost fell off his horse. He stood up again and looked at the black-robed elder in disbelief. What did you say? You're saying that this is a heaven-piercing array? The black-robed old man smiled bitterly. Even I couldn't sense it. Apart from the heavenly ascension formation, there really isn't any other formation that can hide from me. I'm afraid there's a heaven ascension formation God Master in Dark Rock, Divine City. At this point, the black-robed elder's eyes were filled with regret. He did not expect that there would be a divine array master in the Massacre Sky Domain. One had to know that only the human race had this level of array Dao master. Even in the Xianmi heavenly domain, such existences were extremely rare, and all of them were old monsters. Qi Gaoming's face was green with anger. If he had known that there was a heaven-piercing formation Dao master in Dark Rock Divine City, he wouldn't have brought his army here to court death, no matter how bold he was. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps came from 12 different directions. Immediately, Qi Gaoming and the others turned pale as they saw 12 incomparably huge phantoms coming from 12 different directions. These 12 figures all had powerful auras that were no weaker than early Lord Heavenspan cultivators. They were 12 illusory shadows of the early stage of the heavenly reaching realm. This is the 12 overseers' divine wraith formation. We're doomed. The black-robed old man was so scared that his face turned pale. As for all the dragon horses in the army, after feeling the terrifying aura of these 12 phantoms, they all knelt on the ground and trembled all over. It's actually the 12 overseers' divine killing array. Qi Gaoming was so scared that his face was drained of blood. This 12 divine fiends formation was a famous killing formation among the transcending heaven-grade formations. Just this formation alone was enough to wipe out his entire army. The 12 ancestral sorcerer shadows surrounded the formation of the Nether Sun Divine City like 12 huge mountains. They stood there without any intention of attacking. However, when someone tried to take advantage of the situation and tried to escape through the gaps between the illusory shadows, the ancestral sorcerer shadows would immediately launch an attack and trample the person to death. Don't move! Qi Gaoming hurriedly ordered the army. He could see that the 12 ancestral sorcerer shadows did not intend to kill them, but to trap them in the middle and prevent them from leaving. City Governor Mei Ying, can you come out and talk? Qi Gaoming shouted loudly. Soon his voice was answered. Mei Ying's voice came from the formation. City Governor Qi, I warned you not to do anything stupid. Unfortunately, you insisted on breaking in. City Governor Mei Ying, this is my fault. I'm willing to apologize to you. How about this? As long as you let me out, I'm willing to give you 50% of the jade or vein in the Nether Sun Divine City. Qi Gaoming said helplessly. He knew that he had to admit defeat to have a slim chance of survival. My words don't count here. If you want to surrender, you'll have to get Immortal Master Zhuo's approval first. Mei Ying's voice came again. Immortal Master Zhuo? Who's that? Qi Gaoming asked in confusion. Immortal Master Zhuo is the true master of Dark Rock Divine City. This formation was also set up by Immortal Master Zhuo. Mei Ying said indifferently. Qi Gaoming reacted and quickly said, City Governor Mei Ying, can you help me inform Immortal Master Zhuo? Mei Ying's voice was still calm as he said, Immortal Master Zhuo is now in seclusion. He instructed me not to disturb him unless it's a matter of life and death. If you want to surrender, wait until Immortal Master Zhuo comes out. Qi Gaoming was anxious. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Mei Ying's voice stopped. The 12 divine fiends formation set up by Immortal Master Zhuo is really powerful and terrifying. The army of Nether Sun Divine City is completely trapped inside. They can't do anything about it. Great Guardian Ing Jie's eyes shone brightly. Alchemist Lin Hu said doubtfully, the 12 divine fiends formation is so powerful that it can completely annihilate the army of Nether Sun Divine City. Why didn't the formation have any reaction? This formation is controlled by Immortal Master Zhuo. I'm afraid Immortal Master Zhuo deliberately did this to spare the army of Nether Sun Divine City. As for the details, we'll wait until Immortal Master Zhuo comes out of seclusion. Mei Ying said. Time passed second by second. Soon, half a month's time was up. Zhuowen's room suddenly exploded with a terrifying energy. Soon after, Zhuowen's room exploded and black smoke rose into the sky. Chapter 3182. The mysterious celestial master Zhuo, Wen's expression was very ugly. He looked at the room behind him that had already turned into ruins and sighed. The furnace actually exploded. I clearly followed the steps in the True Pill Array record to refine the first yuan concealing spirit treasure pill, but I still failed. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the cauldron flew out from the ruins. The surface of the cauldron was covered with black marks. Fortunately, there were no cracks. When the cauldron exploded, the Alchemy Emperor Turtle acted in time and threw all the unstable medicinal dregs out of the cauldron. Only then did the cauldron survive. Kid, you're too reckless. Your alchemy skills are still lacking. Forcefully refining the 1 yuan spirit-concealing pill will only cause a serious cauldron explosion. Didn't you already know that when you failed the first time, you still failed the second time? Xiao Hei's exasperated voice came from the cauldron. Its voice was filled with lingering fear. The cauldron was closely related to it. If it exploded, it would also be implicated. Now, the Alchemy Emperor Turtle was very dissatisfied with Zhuowen. Zhuowen was helpless. He could only apologize to the Alchemy Emperor Turtle and say that he would not dare to do this again. Only then did the Alchemy Emperor Turtle calm down. Mei Ying and the others hurried to Zhuowen. Mei Ying looked worriedly at the disheveled youth in front of him. Celestial Master Zhuo, are you all right? Zhuowen shook his head as warmth filled his heart. Mei Ying had come to ask about his safety instead of the success or failure of the divine pellet. This made Zhuowen's impression of Mei Ying improve greatly. City Lord Mei Ying, I failed to refine the 1 yuan spirit-concealing pill this time. Zhuowen was slightly ashamed. You failed all 3 times? Mei Ying's expression changed slightly. I failed once. Zhuowen sighed. But if I have more time, I can successfully refine the 1 yuan spirit-concealing pill. Zhou confidence did not diminish. This failure gave him a lot of inspiration. He knew that his alchemy skills were still lacking. The improvement of alchemy Dao standards required sudden enlightenment. It was not something that could be improved in a short period of time. However, Zhou had a cheating device like the mysterious stone. As long as he had enough jade stones, the mysterious stone would give him another chance to gain insight. Seeing that Zhou had only failed once, Mei Ying's gaze softened. She also knew that Zhou was not a heaven-connecting great alchemist, and wanting to succeed in one go was definitely unrealistic. She had long since made preparations for this. By the way, City Lord Mei Ying, how many jadestone mines are there in Dark Rock Divine City? Zhou looked at Mei Ying and asked. It was obvious that Mei Ying had already done his research. He swiftly said there are a total of 4 jade ore veins in Dark Rock Divine City. However, most of the ore veins in 2 of them have already been mined. One of them is already half mined. The last ore vein is relatively intact. Are there large mineral veins everywhere? Zhou asked with a frown. Mei Ying shook his head and said, there are only 2 large mineral veins, and these 2 are the ones that I have already mined most of the mineral veins. The other 2 are medium mineral veins, and their jade stone reserves are not high. Then how much jade stone reserves does Dark Rock Divine City have now? Zhou asked. Mei Ying said in a low voice, including the unmined ore veins and the jade stones that have already been mined in Dark Rock Divine City, I have calculated that the total is close to 3 million. According to our previous agreement, Immortal Master Zhou, you are now the City Lord of Dark Rock Divine City. You have the right to control these jade stones. I will only take 10% of the jade stones. Zhou nodded. He had already discussed this matter with Mei Ying, so he did not argue. What's more, he really needed a lot of jade stones. He could feel that if the mysterious stone wanted to give him that mysterious power again, it would probably need more jade stones. The 12 Divine Fiends formation has been activated? Zhou was surprised. He had just come out of seclusion, so he did not notice it. Now that he had settled down, he immediately noticed the abnormality in the 12 Divine Fiends formation. Immortal Master Zhou, the army of the Quiet Sun Divine City, has invaded our Dark Rock Divine City. In the end, they rushed into the range of the 12 Divine Fiends formation. However, we followed Immortal Master Zhuo's instructions and did not attack the army of the Quiet Sun Divine City. They are still trapped in the formation. Mei Ying lowered his head and said with a respectful expression, the army of the Quiet Sun Divine City arrived so quickly? Zhou was surprised and said, let's go take a look. Zhou led Mei Ying and the others to the periphery of the 12 Divine Fiends formation. Zhou waved his right hand, and a hole as tall as a person appeared outside the formation. Immortal Master Zhou, are we going to enter the formation? There are more than 10,000 soldiers of the Quiet Sun Divine City inside. Great Protector Ing Jia said nervously. Don't worry. The 12 Overseer Divine Wraith formation is completely under my control, not to mention an army of 10,000. Even an army of 1,000,000 would have to lie down in front of me. Zhou waved his hand and walked into the grand array with large strides. Mei Ying and the others looked at each other. Although they were hesitant, they still followed Zhou into the formation when they thought of the terrifying power of the 12 Divine Fiends formation. The moment they entered the formation, Mei Ying and the others saw the 12 enormous ancestral sorcerers, silhouettes, standing in the center. The 12 ancestral sorcerers' silhouettes formed a circle and surrounded the army of the Quiet Sun Divine City. The army of more than 10,000 soldiers was like a rat that was surrounded. They were panic-stricken and looked flustered. The city lord of the Quiet Sun Divine City, Qi Gaoming, rode on the dragon horse and frowned. They had been trapped in the formation for half a month. During this half a month, Mei Ying's voice had not been heard. Qi Gaoming became more and more anxious. He began to regret his decision to invade the Dark Rock Divine City. The Dark Rock Divine City had such a terrifying formation. Even if the entire Quiet Sun Divine City came, it would be useless. They would only have one more city of cannon fodder. City Lord, look in front. There seems to be someone there. The black-robed elder suddenly pointed to the front, at the gap between the two ancestral sorcerers' silhouettes. Qi Gaoming looked over, and indeed saw a few faintly discernible figures slowly walking over from afar. Is that City Lord Meiying? When the group of people walked closer, Qi Gaoming recognized Meiying, who was walking behind Zhuowen. Who is that person? The black-robed elder's gaze fell on Zhuowen, who was walking at the front. He frowned slightly. He was unfamiliar with this young man and had never seen him before. I don't know this person either. However, if City Lord Meiying is walking behind him, this person is definitely not simple. It's very likely that he is the immortal Master Zhua that Meiying mentioned before. Qi Gaoming said in a serious voice, It can't be. This person is very young. Is he the immortal Master Zhua who set up the 12 divine fiends formation? This isn't a joke, right? The black-robed elder was dumbfounded. When he found out that immortal Master Zhua was the one who set up the 12 divine fiends formation, he had always wanted to meet immortal Master Zhua. In his impression, immortal Master Zhua was a white-haired old man with a sage-like demeanor. Chapter 30, 183. Extortion Zhuowen stopped at the foot of an ancestral shaman phantom and glanced at the army in front of him. Which one of you is the City Lord of Quiet Sun City? Qi Gaoming stepped forward, followed by a black-robed elder. I am. Sir, you are immortal Master Zhua? Qi Gaoming asked cautiously. That's right. Zhuowen looked at Qi Gaoming and the army behind him. Meiying was right. Everyone in Quiet Sun City was human. The reason why he had instructed Meiying to bide his time was because they were both humans. After all, he was essentially a human too. As long as there wasn't too much conflict, he wouldn't kill his own kind. Immortal Master Zhua, we didn't mean to offend you. This was an accident. As long as you let us go, we swear that we will never become enemies with Dark Rock City, Qi Gaoming said with a flattering smile. Meiying snorted coldly and said, City Governor Qi, half a month ago, I still remember that you said that you would give us 50% of the Jade Stone Mine in exchange for leaving the formation. Now you've changed your mind immediately. Isn't it a little too fast? Qi Gaoming didn't take it to heart. He looked at Zhuowen and said, Immortal Master Zhua, I do admire your level of formation Dao. But you made a mistake by entering the Great Formation. You're just an eternal overlord. I can kill you with a snap of my fingers. I think you'd better know your limits. Let us go. This is the only way you can save yourselves. Qi Gaoming was indeed very close to Zhuowen. He was even closer to Zhuowen than Meiying. Given Qi Gaoming's cultivation as the Skirich Lord, he could indeed kill an eternal overlord at this distance. Zhuowen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Qi Gaoming really didn't know his limits. How dare he act so arrogantly in his great formation? City Lord Qi, are you sure you can kill me? Zhuowen smiled faintly. Ha, do I need to be sure? Qi Gaoming sneered. Then he suddenly jumped off the dragon horse and rushed towards Zhuowen at lightning speed. Qi Gaoming was confident that he could reach Zhuowen before Meiying did. He was much closer to Zhuowen than Meiying. Furthermore, he was an expert in movement techniques. His speed was almost comparable to Meiying's soul assault. However, when Qi Gaoming arrived in front of Zhuowen, he saw that Meiying was standing motionlessly behind him. He was not worried about Zhuowen's safety at all. This gave Qi Gaoming an ominous feeling in his mind. He's right in front of me, but he's only an eternal overlord. What can he possibly do to me? Qi Gaoming sneered again and again. He no longer thought about it. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed toward Zhuowen's head. He really didn't like Zhuowen's calm expression. He wanted to use this method to humiliate Zhuowen. Bang! However, when Qi Gaoming grabbed Zhuowen, the ancestral sorcerer's shadow standing beside Zhuowen immediately moved. A huge palm pressed down and pressed Qi Gaoming to the ground. Qi Gaoming groaned and unleashed the power of an early master of heaven ascension. He slowly lifted the huge palm of the ancestral sorcerer's shadow. The shadows in this formation can still move. Qi Gaoming's face was pale. He looked at Zhuowen in shock. He had always thought that the 12 shadows were only there to trap them. He didn't expect them to be able to move and attack him. Zhuowen bent his finger and pointed in the air. The shadow's hand grabbed Qi Gaoming's head and threw him into the air. Then it punched Qi Gaoming's body. Bang! Qi Gaoming was hit so hard that he felt dizzy. He saw stars in his head and was quickly sent flying backwards. The place where Qi Gaoming was sent flying was exactly where the next shadow was. The next shadow raised its huge palm and slammed it on Qi Gaoming's body. Qi Gaoming felt that his bones were about to fall apart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to struggle, but he found that he was forced to fly towards the third shadow. The next action of the third shadow was exactly the same as the previous two. It directly slapped Qi Gaoming, causing him to vomit blood. Then, Qi Gaoming was slapped around by the 12 ancestral sorcerer's shadows like a rubber ball. He flew left and right in the sky, and his screams almost never stopped. The Quiet Sun Divine City's army was petrified when they saw this scene. In their eyes, the high and mighty city lord was being slapped around in the sky like a toy. This was a direct slap to their Quiet Sun Divine City's face. Immortal Master Zhua, that's enough. Please let our city, Lord, go. We are willing to pay any price. The black-robed old man couldn't stand it anymore. He knew that if he continued to let Qi Gaoming fly in the sky, his life would be in danger. Oh, any price? Zhuowen glanced at the black-robed old man, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. When the black-robed old man saw the smile on Zhuowen's face, he couldn't help but shudder, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. I heard from City Lord Maying that you were willing to exchange 50% of your jade stone reserves for a chance to leave the Great Array. Now that your City Lord has offended me, you can exchange the remaining 50% of your jade stone reserves for him. Zhuowen said indifferently, What? You want all the jade stone reserves of my Quiet Sun Divine City? The black-robed old man widened his eyes and said in an unfriendly tone, That's right. Now you have only 2 choices. One is to hand over all the jade stones in your Quiet Sun Divine City, and the other is to die in this 12 overseers' divine killing array. Zhuowen said in a cold voice. The black-robed old man hesitated. Jade stones were too important in the massacre heavenly domain. If they handed over all their jade stones, the Quiet Sun Divine City would fall into chaos. Divine Master Zhou, promise him. In midair, Qi Gaoming spat out another mouthful of blood. He struggled to say those words, but they were replaced by miserable shrieks again. He smelled the scent of death. If he didn't stop, he would really be played to death by the 12 ancestral sorcerer phantoms. The black-robed old man sighed and said helplessly, Divine Master Zhou, you win. We are willing to hand over all the jade stones in the Quiet Sun Divine City. I hope you can let us go. A wise man submits to circumstances. Zhuowen smiled and clapped his hands. The 12 ancestral sorcerer phantoms immediately stopped moving, and Qi Gaoming fell from midair, crying out in pain. Maying took a step forward and grabbed Qi Gaoming, then came to Zhuowen's side. Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and the 12 overseers' divine killing array cracked open. The 12 ancestral sorcerer phantoms strode away and disappeared from everyone's sight. You can leave now. Before you leave, remember the promise you made to me. Also, remember that your city lord is still in my hands. Otherwise, you will have to bear my wrath. I will only give you 1 month's time. If you can't deliver the jade stones I want in a month's time, I will personally pay you a visit. As for your city lord, you should know very well what will happen to him." After Zhuowen finished speaking, he left with Mei Ying and the others. Chapter 30, 184. Successfully refined on the city wall, Mei Ying looked at the departing army and asked Zhuowen hesitantly, "Immortal Master Zhua, are you really going to let them go just like that?" "They will bring back the jade stones that I want. City Lord Mei Ying, I will need a large amount of jade stones. I will give you your portion of the jade stones first," Zhuowen said to Mei Ying. Mei Ying understood Zhuowen's meaning and nodded. He then led Zhuowen to the treasury of the Dark Rock Divine City. The treasury of the Dark Rock Divine City was hidden under the city lord's residence, and it was extremely well hidden. Mei Ying was able to find the treasury in such a short time because of the clues provided by alchemist Lin Hu. As the strongest alchemist in the Dark Rock Divine City, alchemist Lin Hu was highly regarded by Zish Xinhan. Therefore, he knew many of the secrets of the Dark Rock Divine City. Mei Ying opened the treasury's door, and Zhuowen entered the depths of the treasury. He discovered that the treasury was emitting a green glow, and it was filled with jade stones. "Immortal Master Zhua, there are more than 900,000 jade stones in the treasury." Mei Ying pointed at the jade stones and said. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and took out 300,000 jade stones. He handed them to Mei Ying and said, "City Lord Mei Ying, these are the jade stones that I promised to give you. You can leave now. I need to deal with the remaining jade stones." Mei Ying did not ask any questions and left the treasury with the 300,000 jade stones. Once Mei Ying left, Zhuowen took out the mysterious stone. The mysterious stone was extremely excited. It turned into a shadow and pierced through the void. It drilled into the pile of jade stones and rapidly absorbed the energy within the pile. Soon, Zhuowen discovered that all the jade stones in the treasury had been absorbed by the mysterious stone. The mysterious stone flew back to Zhuowen's palm. Zhuowen discovered that the surface of the mysterious stone was much smoother than before. It was sparkling and emitting a white glow. Moreover, the complicated patterns on the surface of the mysterious stone were much more dazzling than before. Zhuowen carefully observed the patterns on the surface of the stone. He discovered that the surface area of the patterns was larger than before. Originally, after the mysterious stone absorbed nearly half of the jade or vein in Death Valley, 1/3 of its surface was covered with complex patterns. Now, more than 1/3 of the mysterious stone surface had been covered, and less than half of it had been covered. Zhuowen had a feeling that if the pattern covered half of the mysterious stone surface, the mysterious stone would release the mysterious energy again, and he would enter a state of enlightenment again. When he thought of this, Zhuowen could not wait any longer. After leaving the treasury, he headed straight for the 4 mining areas of Dark Rock Divine City. Due to Zhuowen's prior instructions, there was basically no one in the 4 mining areas. As soon as Zhuowen entered the mine, he immediately took out the mysterious stone and let it absorb the energy of the jade stone happily. When all of the jade stones in the mining area had been absorbed by the mysterious stone, the patterns on the surface of the mysterious stone had already spread to half of the entire mysterious stone. As Zhuowen held the mysterious stone, he could already feel a mysterious energy surging out of it. This energy was like a trickle that slowly flowed into his body. It followed the meridians in his body and finally returned to his mind. At this moment, his mind seemed to explode. His thoughts became extremely clear at this moment. Zhuowen sat cross-legged in the mining area and casually set up a defensive array around him. He then took out the Pale Emperor Furnace and various herbs for the soul-concealing elixir of first origin from the Great World. "Kid, you just failed to refine the elixir. Why are you trying to refine the elixir again? You are courting death." The Pale Emperor Turtle crawled out of the Pale Emperor Furnace and said unhappily. However, when it noticed Zhuowen's state, it immediately realized that Zhuowen might have entered a state of enlightenment. It immediately shut its mouth. What kind of medicine did this kid take? Why is he in a state of enlightenment again? The Pill Emperor Turtle muttered softly. It did not dare to speak loudly, as it was afraid that it would disturb Zhuowen's state of enlightenment. At this moment, Zhuowen had already lit up the divine fire. The flames burned fiercely. He opened the furnace lid with his right hand and methodically threw the divine herbs into the Pill Emperor furnace. When he put the last main herb, the Unity spiritual herb, into the Pill Emperor furnace, he closed the furnace lid and formed a pill seal with both hands. Time passed by minute by minute. Zhuowen continued to form the pill seal with great familiarity. A rich medicinal fragrance began to waft out of the furnace and permeate the surrounding air. Half a month later, a thick white mist began to waft out of the furnace lid. Accompanying the white mist was a medicinal fragrance that assailed the nostrils. Bang! All of a sudden, Zhuowen's right hand slapped the cauldron's lid at a speed that was too fast for one to cover one's ears. The cauldron's lid flew up, and 12 black figures flew out from within the pill furnace. Each of the black shadows carried an extremely powerful and terrifying pressure. The entire mining area began to shake. An unprecedented earthquake had occurred. Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and caught the 12 black shadows in his palm. He opened his right hand, and 12 grayish-white elixirs lay quietly in his palm. They were the soul-concealing elixir of first origin. I finally successfully refined the soul-concealing elixir of first origin. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. He knew that the moment the soul-concealing elixir of first origin was formed, he knew that he had reached the realm that all alchemists dreamed of, the Heaven Ascension grade. In an instant, many lights of inspiration surged in his mind. All the doubts he had about alchemy in the past were all resolved in this instant. His eyes became clear and bright. Zhuowen knew that if he wanted to refine Heaven Ascension grade divine pills, his success rate would greatly increase. After putting the 12 soul-concealing elixir of first origin into a jade bottle, Zhuowen did not leave the mining area immediately. Instead, he took out another Unity spiritual herb. He had just advanced to the Heaven Ascension grade, and his realm had not yet stabilized. He planned to refine another soul-concealing elixir of first origin to stabilize his realm. Opening the furnace again to refine elixirs, Zhuowen's following movements were as smooth as flowing water. Zhuowen spent another half a month's time, and he successfully refined the second furnace of soul-concealing elixir of first origin in one go. However, the quality of the second furnace of soul-concealing elixir of first origin was obviously a grade lower than the first furnace. Even so, Zhuowen was already very satisfied. The first time, he successfully refined the elixir of first origin in a state of enlightenment. Whether it was the technique or the steps, they were all perfect. Naturally, the elixir he refined was also flawless. After putting away the second batch of soul-concealing elixir of first origin, Zhuowen kept the Emperor Pill Furnace in the outside world and left the mining area. After returning to the Dark Rock Divine City, Zhuowen found that the people from the Quiet Sun Divine City had already arrived. Mei Ying was already receiving the representative of the Quiet Sun Divine City, who was also the black-robed old man who had fled in panic last time. This time, Zhuowen's return was received by alchemist Lin Hu. After alchemist Lin Hu brought Zhuowen to the city Lord's Mansion's meeting hall, he silently sat down on the seat of honor. Zhuowen sat on the main seat and looked at the black-robed old man who was sitting below without saying a word. He said, "I heard from City Lord Mei Ying that you only brought 2 million jade stones this time?" The black-robed old man's eyes flickered and he nodded. "Immortal Master Zhua, you're right. 2 million jade stones is all of our Quiet Sun Divine City's reserves. Then how many mining areas does your Quiet Sun Divine City have?" Zhuowen asked casually. Chapter 3185. Follow the black-robed old man's smile stiffened as he feigned ignorance. "Immortal Master Zhua, our Quiet Sun Divine City doesn't have many mining areas, But why are you suddenly asking about this? Zhuowen looked coldly at the black-robed old man who continued to feign ignorance. Divine Master Zhou, perhaps you didn't understand what I meant? I want all the jade stones in your quiet sun divine city. These 2,000,000 jade stones are all the reserves of our quiet sun divine city. Immortal Master Zhou, I didn't lie to you, the black-robed old man said through gritted teeth. Bang! As soon as the black-robed old man finished speaking, he was hit in the chest by a powerful force. Immediately, he was sent flying and smashed into the ground in a sorry state. The black-robed old man struggled to get up, but he found that a terrifying energy vortex had appeared out of nowhere. It was like a strange, poisonous snake that wrapped around his body, making it difficult for him to move. He knew that this was the effect of the array that Zhuowen had set up in the hall. I want all the jade stones in your quiet sun divine city, and I mean all the mining areas in your quiet sun divine city. You better not play dumb with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhuowen's voice was full of impatience, and the murderous intent in his eyes was as vast as the sea, surging and terrifying. The black-robed old man was really frightened, and he felt the crisis of death. In the end, he gave in and handed over all the mining areas in the quiet sun divine city to Zhuowen. Zhuowen was expressionless as he ordered Mei Ying to bring Qi Gaoming over. Zhuowen also asked Qi Gaoming about the mining areas in the quiet sun divine city. After confirming that the black-robed old man did not hold anything back, Zhuowen was relieved. What surprised Zhuowen was that the quiet sun divine city had the most jade stone mining areas among the 3 divine cities. There were a total of 8 mining areas, and 3 of them were large or veins. This was definitely a big gain for Zhuowen. Immortal Master Zhou, we have already handed over all our jade stone reserves and the mining areas of our quiet sun divine city. Do you think you should let us go now? Qi Gaoming said weakly. Zhuowen looked at Qi Gaoming and suddenly said, City Lord Qi, are you willing to follow me for 1,000 years? Qi Gaoming was taken aback, and his face turned ugly. He was an Empyrean master after all. Though the young man in front of him was an Empyrean master, his true strength was only at the level of an eternal overlord. So what if this person's array Dao level was high? He would never choose to follow a cultivator whose cultivation level was lower than his. Furthermore, a follower was actually a type of servant. As the master of Skirich, how could he possibly choose to be a follower? If I say that I can help you reach the mid-level of Heavenspan Master in a short time, will you be willing to follow me? Zhuowen naturally knew that without something substantial, Qi Gaoming would definitely not agree to become his follower. So he put forward such a condition. His current level of alchemy had reached the level of Heavenspan Master, so he could refine Heavenspan Divine Pills. Of course, his alchemy level was still at the early level of Heavenspan Master, but if he relied on Hong Meng Wuji, he could refine mid-level Heavenspan Divine Pills. Therefore, it would not be difficult for him to refine a divine pill that could help him reach the early level of Heavenspan Master. As long as he had the corresponding divine herbs, there was a high chance of success. Qi Gaoming was stunned and immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise, but he quickly calmed down and looked at Zhuowen doubtfully. He shook his head and said, I have been stuck at the early level of Heavenspan Master for many years. I have been exploring for so many years, but I have not been able to successfully break through. As for you, hee. Qi Gaoming shook his head and looked at Zhuowen with disappointment. Obviously, he thought Zhuowen was bragging. City Lord Qi, it is indeed impossible for others to help you increase your cultivation level, but Immortal Master Zhou is qualified. Mei Ying suddenly said. She stood up and said in a deep voice, You should know that Immortal Master Zhou is also a Heavenspan Master. What? Qi Gaoming stood up abruptly and looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. He was already shocked and incredulous that Zhuowen was a Heavenspan Master of Array. Now, Mei Ying was saying that this person was also a Heavenspan Master of Array. This was too terrifying. Reaching the Heavenspan Master of Array, Dao, and Alchemy Dao was unheard of in the entire universe. If there really was such a person, it would be the alchemy array immortal master who had shocked all the major heavenly regions. This was a truly terrifying genius with peerless talent. Unfortunately, after the alchemy array immortal master had established the alchemy array Dao domain, it was as if he had disappeared from the world. Moreover, countless years had passed since the alchemy array immortal master's appearance, and no one had been able to cultivate both alchemy Dao and array Dao to such a terrifying level. Now, someone had achieved it, and this person was standing right in front of Qi Gaoming. Immortal Master Zhua, I am willing to follow you. Qi Gaoming suddenly knelt on one knee in front of Zhuowen. His eyes were full of seriousness. If Zhuowen was only a heaven-span master of array Dao, he would not have to be so cautious. After all, Zhuowen was not qualified for him to follow him. However, he now knew that the young man in front of him was fully qualified for him to follow him. Both alchemy Dao and array Dao had reached the heaven-span master of array Dao. This meant that this person's achievements in the future would be terrifying. Such a future, top-notch expert was worthy of him following. Moreover, he was optimistic about Zhuowen's future. Immortal Master Zhua, I, Zhou Shuwei, am also willing to follow City Lord Qi and follow you. The black-robed elder also knelt down and looked at Zhuowen with admiration. He was a creation-level god formation master, and he admired Zhuowen, who was even more powerful than him, to begin with. Now that he knew that Zhuowen was also a heaven-span master of array Dao, he felt that this was a rare opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too late for him to regret it in the future. Zhuowen looked at Qi Gaoming and Zhou Shuwei kneeling in front of him and nodded inwardly. Qi Gaoming and Zhou Shuwei were both rare talents, especially Qi Gaoming. If his cultivation improved and advanced to the middle stage of Heaven-span Master, it would be extremely beneficial for him when he returned to the Xianmi heavenly domain. If you really want to follow me, then make a contract with me. If you violate the contract, you will be devoured by the heart demon and die. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and formed a contract array with array Dao energy. It floated in front of Qi Gaoming and Zhou Shuwei. Qi Gaoming and Zhou Shuwei did not hesitate. They bit their fingertips and dripped a drop of blood essence into the contract array. After doing this, Zhuowen put away the contract array. He knew that the two of them were now his followers, which meant that they were his people. If they wanted to betray him, they would have to pay a terrible price. Immortal Master Zhua, can you leave some jade stones for our quiet sun divine city? If all of our jade stones are taken away, the entire divine city will fall into chaos. Of course, I'm just making a suggestion. You don't have to take it to heart. Chapter 3186. Prepare. Zhuowen waved his hand and said indifferently, I want all of your quiet sun divine city's jade stones. Qi Gaoming's eyes dimmed. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to obey Zhuowen's orders. After all, he was now Zhuowen's follower. I know what you're worried about. You should be worried that the quiet sun divine city will lose its jade stones energy supply and the formation will fail. At that time, the city will fall into chaos, right? Zhuowen asked. Qi Gaoming nodded lightly and lowered his head, not saying a word. Although he was now Zhuowen's follower, he still felt uncomfortable with Zhuowen's ruthlessness. The jade stones are of great use to me. You don't have to worry about the quiet sun divine city's formation. Leave it to me. I will use the heavenly Dao origin crystals to set up even more powerful formations. Moreover, I will give you enough heavenly Dao origin crystals, no less than your jade stones. Zhuowen said indifferently, Immortal Master Zhua, you have heavenly Dao origin crystals? How is that possible? Qi Gaoming's pupils shrank as he asked in surprise. Zhuowen did not say a word. He waved his sleeve and took out a pile of heavenly Dao origin crystals from the outside world. When Qi Gaoming saw the heavenly Dao origin crystals appear in front of him, he rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. He was too familiar with Zhuowen's action just now. It was the action of taking something out of a spatial artifact. In other words, the young man he followed could freely open his own spatial artifact in the massacre, heavenly domain. I think you have guessed it. My spatial artifact can be opened, and I have enough heavenly Tao origin crystals in it. Are you still worried about the quiet sun divine city's formation? Zhuowen said indifferently. Qi Gaoming hurriedly bowed and said, Lord Zhua, I was ignorant. I hope Lord Zhua doesn't mind. Qi Gaoming was far inferior to Zhuowen's ability to open his spatial artifact. At this moment, Qi Gaoming was truly convinced by Zhuowen. Qi Gaoming also changed his address from Immortal Master, Zhua, to Lord Zhua. 10 days later, I will follow you to the Quiet Sun Divine City. After I am done with the matters in the Quiet Sun Divine City, I will venture into the Forbidden Land and search for a way to leave the massacre heavenly domain. Zhuowen said. Qi Gaoming's gaze shook as he said, Lord Zhua, are you planning to barge into the Forbidden Zone? That is very dangerous, you. Qi Gaoming wanted to continue persuading Zhuowen's plan to stop. Brother Qi, my goal is to go to the primitive heaven domain, but I accidentally entered the slaughter heaven domain. If I didn't have anything important to do, I wouldn't be in such a hurry, but I have something very important to do, so I have to leave the slaughter heaven domain. Zhuowen's gaze was cautious. He was naturally going to the great, desolate heaven domain to find Mu Chinchua. Although he knew that Mu Chinchua's life was not in danger among the Phoenix people, he also knew that the longer Mu Chinchua stayed among the Phoenix people, the greater the risk. Qi Gaoming stopped abruptly. He saw the determination in Zhuowen's eyes and knew that it was useless to say anything more. He was a little worried. If Zhuowen really went to barge into the forbidden area and died in the end, wouldn't he as a follower become useless? After that, Zhuowen gave some instructions to Qi Gaoming and the others and announced that the meeting was adjourned. He planned to gather with Qi Gaoming and the others 10 days later and head to the Quiet Sun Divine City. After the meeting, Mei Ying brought Zhuowen to the treasury of the city, Lord's Mansion. Immortal Master Zhua, according to your request, the 2 million emerald stones from the Quiet Sun Divine City are in this treasury. Mei Ying opened the door and pointed at the treasury. City Lord Mei Ying, thank you for your hard work. Before leaving the massacre heavenly domain, I will refine some divine pills for you to raise your cultivation. Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Mei Ying was overjoyed and quickly cupped her fists to express her gratitude. When Zhuowen promised Qi Gaoming that he could help her break through to the middle stage of the Tongtian Master Realm, Mei Ying was moved. If it wasn't for her reservations, she might have directly become Zhuowen's follower at that time. However, Mei Ying could see that Zhuowen had no intention of accepting her as a follower. But now, Zhuowen actually promised to concoct an Earth God pill for her to raise her cultivation level. In fact, he was intending to help her raise her cultivation level. Immortal Master Zhua, I didn't do anything. I just asked you to refine some divine pills for me to raise my cultivation level. Mei Ying said embarrassedly. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, City Lord Mei Ying, you have helped me a lot. You don't have to be so courteous with me. Moreover, if I successfully leave the massacre heavenly domain, I don't know when I will come back again. This is my farewell gift to you. Mei Ying's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude, and she nodded her head heavily. This is the Yuan Spirit concealing pill. Give it to Miss Mei Su and Uncle Jiang. They should wake up soon. Zhuowen took out 2 Yuan Spirit concealing pills and handed them to Mei Ying. Then he entered the treasury. Mei Ying looked at the closed door and bowed deeply. Then she hurriedly left with the 2 Yuan Spirit concealing pills. She couldn't wait to feed Mei Su and Jiang Yi the first Yuan concealing spirit treasure pill. After entering the treasury, Zhuowen saw a shocking amount of jade stones. He took out the mysterious stone. The stone quickly pounced on the jade stones and violently absorbed the jade stone's energy. The entire treasury was filled with the rich energy of the jade stones. Zhuowen waited for half an hour before the mysterious stone finally finished absorbing all the jade stones in the treasury. With a wave of his right hand, the mysterious stone returned to his palm. He saw that the patterns on the stone surface had already spread to 2/3 of the stone surface. In the gloomy treasury, the patterns on the mysterious stone surface emitted a translucent white light, illuminating the entire stone room. When looked at the mysterious patterns that covered 2/3 of the stone surface, he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. The moment these patterns completely covered the stone, this mysterious stone would undergo a shocking transformation. A mysterious and profound energy came from the mysterious stone and spread from Zhuowen's palm to his entire body. Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the ground. After setting up a temporary formation around him, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in this state of epiphany. This time he was not comprehending the Tao of pills and arrays, but the Tao of cultivation. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the eternal overlord realm. With this epiphany, he would break through the eternal overlord realm and officially enter the third step of Tao validation. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Outside the treasury, Qi Gaoming and Zhou Xiwei were already waiting, fully equipped and ready to go. They looked at the treasury and worriedly asked Meiying, City Lord Meiying, "Why hasn't Lord Zhuo come out yet? 10 days have passed, and he still hasn't come out of seclusion." "Wait a little longer. Since Immortal Master Zhuo said he would come out in 10 days, he will definitely keep his promise," Meiying said in a low voice. Beside Meiying, Mei Su and Jiang Yi looked at the treasury's door with a chessboard expression. Boom! Chapter 30, 187. Stepping into the third step of Tao verification, a vast aura erupted and the entire dark rock divine city shook violently. The treasury of the city, Lord Mansion, had already turned into a pile of rubble. In the sky above dark rock divine city, the clouds changed color as they poured down in torrents. Bolts of lightning intertwined and flickered in the dark clouds like lightning dragons, faintly discernible within. The terrifying heavenly might shrouded the entire dark rock divine city. Many living beings in the city looked at the countless bolts of lightning in the sky and trembled in fear. Rumble! A bolt of lightning as thick as a towering tree descended from the sky and emitted a mysterious purple light. It landed on the ruins of the treasury and exploded. Meiying and the rest couldn't help but look at the spot where the purple lightning landed. There, a figure stood upright like a pine tree, and his body emitted a strong crystal light. Meiying and the rest were no strangers to this figure. It was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a god of war. He stood in the same spot and was not afraid of the terrifying purple lightning. Bang! The purple lightning blasted into Zhuowen's body, instantly causing countless purple sparks to explode. The electric arcs spread throughout the entire space like countless silk threads. Meiying and the rest didn't dare to get too close. They kept retreating with fear in their eyes. Mei Su was pulled back by Meiying. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry, especially when the purple lightning struck Zhuowen. She even screamed out loud. The electric arcs dissipated and a huge crater appeared where Zhuowen was. In the middle of the crater, Zhuowen slowly climbed up. His body was crystal clear, as if it was carved out of jade. Meiying and the rest were dumbfounded. What kind of physical body did this guy have? Everyone clearly saw how terrifying the power of the purple thunderbolt was. Yet this guy was completely fine. The moment the purple thunderbolt appeared, Meiying had already made a rough estimation. If she were to resist it with her physical body, she would definitely be severely injured, although she would not be killed immediately. City Lord Immortal Master Zhuo seems to be going through the heavenly tribulation of the third step of Tao verification, the creator realm, right? Great Guardian Ing Jia stood beside Meiying. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This was because he had never seen such a terrifying, heavenly tribulation of a creator before. Back then, he had also advanced to the God of Creation stage, but compared to Zhuowen's tribulation, it was practically insignificant. It was not even worth mentioning. Mei Ying nodded solemnly. She finally understood why Zhuowen's strength was so terrifying even though his cultivation was not high. This guy was a monster that could not be judged by common sense. Rumble. Another purple lightning bolt that was not weaker than the first one fell from the sky. Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He leaped up and met the terrifying purple lightning head-on. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, more and more terrifying purple thunderbolts descended from the sky, one after another, becoming more and more terrifying and intense. Zhuowen withstood the attack with his Pangu sacred body. Although the process was very painful, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. Although the earth tribulation of the third step of Dao verification was terrifying, the energy it contained was extremely rich. While Zhuowen withstood the terrifying lightning tribulation with his Pangu sacred body, he was also absorbing the rich energy in the lightning tribulation. His Pangu sacred body was also constantly strengthening. Bang! When Zhuowen withstood the last lightning bolt, he fell from the sky in a sorry state. However, he was smiling, and he was smiling very excitedly. After absorbing the last lightning bolt, his Pangu's sacred body had advanced from the late 6-star realm to the peak 6-star realm. Congratulations, Immortal Master Zhuo. You have successfully advanced to the Creator realm. Mei Ying led Mei Su, Jiang Yi, and the others forward to congratulate Zhuowen. Qi Gaoming and Zhou Shiwei did not lag behind. They also went forward to congratulate Zhuowen with warm smiles on their faces. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Then he looked at Mei Su and Jiang Yi, who were beside Mei Ying, and said with a smile, "Miss Mei Su, Uncle Jiang, you are awake." Mei Su and Jiang Yi hurriedly cupped their fists at Zhuowen. Jiang Yi said gratefully, "Immortal Master Zhuo, I can't thank you enough. I, Jiang Yi, will always remember your life-saving grace. As long as Immortal Master Zhuo needs me in the future, I'll do anything for you." Zhuowen helped Mei Su and Jiang Yi up and said with a smile, "Miss Mei Su, Uncle Jiang, you are too kind. It was all thanks to you that I was able to find the emerald or vein in the Death Valley. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find so many emerald ores." Zhuowen could clearly feel that Mei Su and Jiang Yi's attitude towards him was completely different from before. They were much more cautious and reserved. He knew that the two of them must have heard from Mei Ying about the things that had happened to him recently. Therefore, they were a little estranged from him. However, Zhuowen didn't mind. After chatting with Mei Ying and the others for a while, Zhuowen walked towards Qi Gaoming and Zhou Shiwei. "Brother Qi, Brother Zhou, let's go to the Quiet Sun Divine City. Don't worry, after we arrive at the Quiet Sun Divine City, I will first set up your city's array formations before we go to the mining area." Zhuowen said, "Many thanks, Lord Zhuo." Qi Gaoming and Zhou Shiwei quickly bowed. After that, Zhuowen bid farewell to Mei Ying and the others. Together with Qi Gaoming and Zhou Shiwei, they mounted their dragon horses and left the Dark Rock Divine City. The distance between the Dark Rock Divine City and the Quiet Sun Divine City was not very far. The three of them rode their dragon horses at full speed, and it only took them 7 days to reach the Quiet Sun Divine City. As soon as they entered the Quiet Sun Divine City, Zhuowen followed his promise and modified the city's array formations. He also replaced the jade stone in the city's array formations with heavenly Dao origin crystals. After that, Zhuowen asked Qi Gaoming for a map of the Quiet Sun Divine City's various mining areas and hurriedly left the city. There were a total of 8 mining areas in the Quiet Sun Divine City, and Zhuowen started from the nearest mining area. The mysterious stone absorbed the jade stone at an extremely fast speed, but even so, it still took Zhuowen more than half a month to absorb the jade stone from the 7 mining areas in the Quiet Sun Divine City. The jade stone reserves in the 7 mining areas were indeed abundant, but the mysterious stone required an enormous amount of jadestone energy. Even after absorbing the jadestone from the 7 mining areas, it still wasn't enough for the mysterious stone to be completely covered by the mysterious stone. Zhuowen arrived at the last mining area, which was the largest mining area in the Quiet Sun Divine City. It was also the most recently discovered mineral vein in the Quiet Sun Divine City. It was said to be a huge mineral vein, and the jadestone reserves inside were more than 1 million jadestone. As soon as Zhuowen entered the mining area, he could feel the rich jadestone energy inside. Zhuowen stood at the entrance of the mining area and took out the mysterious stone. Like a bolt of lightning, the mysterious stone rushed into the dark depths of the mining area. Zhuowen did not follow in, but stood silently at the entrance of the mining area waiting. He knew that the mysterious stone would come out after absorbing all the jadestone. Chapter 3188. Torch dragons, in the gloomy mine. Zhuowen was like a gust of wind, constantly passing through. Zhuowen furrowed his brows more and more as he passed through the mine. He discovered that it was just too quiet in the mine. Moreover, the jade-green stones in the surrounding mine were completely undamaged. In other words, the mysterious stone did not absorb the jadeite in the mine at all. But how could this be? In the past, as long as the mysterious stone entered the jadeite mine, it would be like a cat that smelled fish and could not wait to absorb the jadeite in the mine. But now, it did not even touch the jadeite in the mine. Could it be that there was something in the depths of the mine that was attracting the mysterious stone? Thinking of this, Zhuowen sped up and went deeper into the mine. Soon he arrived at the end of the mine. With the help of the green light emitted by the jadeite, he saw that in the bottom left corner of the deepest part of the mine, there was a bottomless hole. To Zhuowen's surprise, the hole was emitting a blazing light. And the strange thing was that this blazing light only stopped in the hole and did not spread to the mine. It was as if there was a mysterious force at the entrance of the hole that was blocking the blazing light in the depths of the hole. Zhuowen guessed that the mysterious stone should have entered the hole. However, he was a little vigilant. He felt that the light in the hole was really strange. After hesitating for a while, Zhuowen decided to enter the hole to take a look. The mysterious stone was very important to him, so he naturally could not just leave it alone. Moreover, he had a feeling that when the lines on the surface of the mysterious stone were completely covered, it would undergo a transformation. To him, it was very likely to be a great fortune. It was because this feeling was too strong that Zhuowen attached great importance to the mysterious stone. After carefully observing the entrance of the hole, Zhuowen found that the entrance was not blocked by any formation or other energy, so he directly entered the hole. The moment he entered the hole, a strong white light immediately rushed into Zhuowen's eyes, forcing Zhuowen to close his eyes involuntarily. After a long time, Zhuowen opened his eyes with difficulty. However, the light in the cave was too strong, and Zhuowen could only squint his eyes. His vision was blurry, and he could barely make out the general direction of the path ahead. Zhuowen strode forward along the passage in front of him. At the same time, his muscles tightened, revealing the majesty of the Pangu's sacred body. This cave was too strange. He couldn't be sure if something dangerous would come out and attack him. However, as he continued to move forward, Zhuowen gradually relaxed his vigilance as no danger appeared in the cave. When Zhuowen landed on the ground, he found that he was in a huge karst cave. And in this karst cave, the most conspicuous thing was the incomparably huge stone pillar in the center. At the top of the stone pillar, there were 2 bright balls. The 2 balls were not small in size. They were about the size of a human head. The scorching light in the entire karst cave and the underground cave came from the 2 balls. At the same time, Zhuowen saw the mysterious stone. The mysterious stone was floating on the 2 balls at the top of the stone pillar. It was looking at the 2 balls in a human-like manner and circling around them. Zhuowen squinted his eyes, revealing a bewildered look. He could feel the aura of the wizard ancestor from these 2 balls. Are these 2 eyeballs? And they are the eyes of the wizard ancestor? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. This pair of eyes that were like the scorching sun caused him to recall the candle dragon of the 12 grand shamans. The candle dragon had another name, which was the candle dragon. It was in the form of a human face and a snake body. In the north of Qishui, there was Zhang Wei Mountain. There was a god with a human face and a snake body. Its eyes were bright. It was the candle dragon, the so-called candle dragon. It was said that the candle dragon's eyes could control time and the flow of time. Even among the 12 wizard ancestors, it was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Was the mysterious stone interested in the candle dragon's eyes? Of course, Zhuowen was also very surprised that he could see the candle dragon's eyes here. Does that mean that Grand Shaman Candle Dragon is in the slaughter, heavenly domain? Zhuowen rushed to the top of the stone pillar and looked at the huge eyeball in front of him. To his surprise, the candle dragon's eyes rolled a few times when he came and stared at him. At this moment, Zhuowen only felt that the surrounding time and space seemed to be collapsing. An indescribable strong sense of oppression swept over, making him feel uncomfortable and suffocated. Zhuowen felt goosebumps all over his body. Fortunately, the candle dragon's eyes just stared at him and did not take any action to attack. Zhuowen put the mysterious stone back into the macro world, while Zhuowen stayed and silently observed the candle dragon's eyes. He could feel the closeness of the candle dragon's eyes to him. He knew that it was because he had the Pangu's sacred body. Zhuowen placed his right hand on the candle dragon's eyes and silently felt the emotions of the candle dragon's eyes. He felt a sense of sadness and sorrow, as well as a strong sense of unwillingness. The candle dragon has already fallen, Zhuowen muttered to himself. He saw intermittent memory fragments in the candle dragon's eyes. The memory fragments mainly recorded the scene where the 12 ancestral sorcerers and the 3 pure ones joined forces to fight against chaos. As the memory fragments were too fragmented, Zhuowen only saw intermittent battle scenes. The true face of chaos did not appear in any of the scenes. He only saw the 12 ancestral sorcerers and the 3 pure ones fighting with difficulty. The final scene was that the candle dragon used his life as the price to rewrite the surrounding time and space rules, giving the others a chance to attack chaos. The candle dragon had died, but its eyes had managed to survive while lingering at death's door. The candle dragon's eyes controlled the rotation of the sun and the moon, as well as the alternation of day and night. He was the ancestral sorcerer of time and space. It was precisely because the candle dragon's eyes were too powerful that they managed to survive on their own after the candle dragon died. However, Zhuowen could also tell that this pair of torch dragon eyes had reached the end of its life. It wouldn't be long before this pair of torch dragon eyes would completely close and no longer emit such a dazzling light. Are you willing to follow me? Zhuowen gently stroked the candle dragon's eyes and asked in a soft voice. The candle dragon's eyes blinked gently and the light in the karst cave flickered. Zhuowen knew that the candle dragon's eyes were willing to follow him. I'll refine you and make you a part of my physical body. You'll be with me. Zhuowen's voice was soft. The candle dragon's eyes blinked again to express its willingness. It could feel that the young man in front of it had the Pangu's sacred body. This aura made it feel very close, even closer than the candle dragon's body. Chapter 30, 189. Primordial, Technique. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. The torch dragon's eyes at the top of the stone pillar had already disappeared, and the surrounding cave was plunged into darkness. With a thought, Zhuowen summoned a pair of giant eyeballs behind him. They were none other than the torch dragon's eyes. The moment the torch dragon's eyes appeared, Zhuowen felt as if the surrounding darkness was nothing to him. Moreover, his vision continued to extend beyond the mining area to the quiet sun immortal city and the countless tribes within it. The torch dragon's eyes continued to extend, and Zhuowen saw the dark rock immortal city, as well as the Hongxian immortal city in the distance. At the same time, he also saw the boundless wasteland within the Massacre Heavenly Domain and the countless weathered rocks and sand dunes on the wasteland. Finally, Zhuowen's vision stopped at the end of the boundless wasteland and a giant mountain shrouded in darkness. The surface of the giant mountain was densely covered with countless black trees. It was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what was inside the giant mountain. It was Zhuowen's first time seeing this giant dark mountain, but he knew where it was. This was the forbidden zone of the Massacre Heavenly Domain, and the only way out of the Massacre Heavenly Domain. Zhuowen's gaze turned solemn. With the help of the torch dragon's eyes, Zhuowen could only see a part of the giant dark mountain, and it was very blurry. He knew that this mountain was not simple. Of course, if he was in the giant mountain, he should be able to see more with the help of the torch dragon's eyes. After putting away the torch dragon's eyes, Zhuowen's face turned pale and his lips curled into a bitter smile. Using the torch dragon's eyes consumed too much energy. In just a short while, he had used up 1/10 of his Heaven Dao energy. However, the power of the torch dragon's eyes surprised him. The torch dragon's eyes had an extremely wide field of vision that exceeded the limit of his divine sense. Additionally, when the torch dragon eyes appeared, it was silent. Unlike divine senses, which could be detected by cultivators, this was the biggest advantage of the torch dragon eyes. In the future, if Zhuowen wanted to observe a battle between experts without being discovered, the torch dragon eyes would definitely be the best divine ability. It would be stealthy. Besides, after Zhuowen merged the torch dragon eyes with his Pangoose sacred body, they were actually a part of it. As the level of the Pangoose sacred body increased, the power of the torch dragon eyes would also increase. Kacha! All of a sudden, dense cracks appeared on the stone pillar beneath Zhuowen's feet. Finally, it collapsed with a loud bang, scattering into countless pieces of crushed stone. Zhuowen landed on the ground and noticed that there was a glimmer of light in the ruins of the stone pillars. Zhuowen came to the place where the light was and bent down to pick it up. Only then did he notice that the thing shining with light was actually a piece of cloth. The material of this piece of cloth was very special. It was like metal, and its luster was like a mirror, faintly emitting a dim light. From the tear marks on the edge of the cloth, Zhuowen could tell that the cloth was not complete. However, the moment he flipped open the front of the cloth, a sense of familiarity overwhelmed him. There was a map drawn on the front of the cloth. Zhuowen took out a fragmented map from the outside world. The fragmented map was made of the same material as the cloth in front of him. Zhuowen had obtained this fragmented map by accident. At that time, he knew that the route drawn on the fragmented map was definitely related to the Candle Dragon. However, the fragmented map was too incomplete. Zhuowen could not be sure of the terrain drawn on the fragmented map at all. When Zhuowen pieced the fragmented map together with the fragmented parts of the cloth, it immediately became a complete map. This map is the route to find the Candle Dragon's corpse. Was this map drawn by the torch dragon eyes? Zhuowen held the complete map and his eyes shone brightly. He realized that the route drawn on the map was the forbidden zone of the Massacre Sky Domain. In other words, the Candle Dragon's corpse was in the forbidden zone of the Massacre Sky Domain. At the thought of this, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. His Pangoose sacred body had already reached the peak of 6 stars. He was only 1 step away from upgrading his Pango sacred body to 7 stars. Moreover, once his Pango sacred body was upgraded to 7 stars, there would be a qualitative change. Moreover, the 7 stars Pango sacred body would also use the Pango sacred power, the last ultimacy of the Pango flag. His abilities would also increase tremendously. It could be said that the Candle Dragon's venomous insect was extremely useful to him. This time he had to get the venomous insect. After leaving the underground cave, Zhuowen returned to the jade or vein. He took out the mysterious stone and signaled it to absorb the jade or in the vein as much as it wanted. After the aura of the torch dragon eyes disappeared, the mysterious stone focused its attention on the jade or in the vein again. With a swoosh, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. Everywhere it passed, the jade or turned into dust. About an hour later, all the jade or in the vein was absorbed by the mysterious stone. This time, the surface of the mysterious stone was completely covered by veins. An ancient and vicissitude aura slowly flowed out from the mysterious stone. When Zhuo felt the aura, he felt his heartbeat quicken and his breathing quicken. His face turned pale. The aura was filled with an unquestionable and terrifying pressure. It crushed Zhuo's body, causing Zhuo to not dare to move at all. Suddenly, the mysterious stone floated in front of Zhuo's forehead. Zhuo could clearly see the countless bright veins on the surface of the mysterious stone. At this moment, they began to arrange themselves vertically and horizontally. In the end, the veins gathered at the center of the stone and formed an ancient word. Zhuo had never seen this ancient word before. However, the moment he saw this word, the word Tai appeared in his mind. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind as if some mysterious force had forcefully stuffed this word into his mind. This time, the mysterious energy from the mysterious stone no longer surged into Zhuo's body and caused him to fall into an epiphany. Instead, ancient information emerged in Zhuo's mind. The information was profound and mysterious. The words that formed the information were the same as the word Tai. Zhuo had never seen them before. Although he had never seen it before, the moment the information entered his mind, he naturally knew the specific content of the information. When Zhuo received all the information, his eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, the mysterious stone fell into Zhuo's palm. The veins on its surface had already dimmed. Only the ancient word flickered with a faint light and was full of mystery. The information transmitted to him by the mysterious stone mainly talked about a cultivation technique. The cultivation technique was called the primordial technique. If it was an ordinary cultivation technique, Zhuo would not be so shocked. Chapter 30, 190. Heaven-crushing 9 transformation. Zhuo's expression was solemn. The starting point of the primordial technique was the heaven-crushing realm. It was clear that this cultivation technique was an existence that transcended this galaxy. It was a supreme cultivation technique. Moreover, after carefully digesting the information transmitted from the mysterious stone, Zhuo discovered a fact. With his current cultivation level, he couldn't cultivate the primordial technique at all. Apart from that, the information in the mysterious stone mentioned that it was called the primordial stone. There were a total of 4 primordial stones, and a part of the primordial technique was hidden in each of them. In other words, the grand word stone that Zhuo obtained was only a quarter of the primordial stone, and it only contained a quarter of the primordial technique. Although Zhuo was a little regretful that he couldn't cultivate the primordial technique now, he also obtained information about the heaven-crushing realm from the Grand Word Stone. There were a total of 9 transformations in the heaven-crushing realm, and they were referred to as the heaven-crushing 9 transformations. The heaven-crushing 9 transformations, and every advancement in the heaven-crushing 9 transformations was an earth-shattering transformation. This kind of transformation was from the inside to the outside, and also from the outside to the inside. The physical body and soul transformed at the same time. The part of the primordial technique in the Grand Word Stone could only be cultivated to the heaven-crushing 6 transformations. In other words, if Zhuo really reached the heaven-crushing 6 transformations in the future, he would reach a bottleneck unless he found a few other primordial stones. Zhuo put away the Grand Word Stone. He knew that the heaven-crushing realm was still a little far away for him. In the entire galaxy, he had never seen a true heaven-crushing realm cultivator. However, there was one thing that Zhuo was certain of. When this galaxy was first formed, Pangu, who created the world, was infinitely close to the heaven-crushing realm. Unfortunately, Panga did manage to break through the heaven-crushing realm in the end, and he died in the chaos. After Panga's death, the 12 grand shamans and the 3 pure ones evolved, and countless living beings in the galaxy were born and prospered, developed to their current state. Although Zhuowen was a little disappointed that he was unable to cultivate the primordial grand mist technique, it was still a good thing for him. At least he had a clear direction for his future cultivation. Moreover, even though he was unable to cultivate the primordial grand mist chant in the grand word stone, he could still comprehend it. It would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. After all, the primordial grand mist chant was a super cultivation technique that transcended the starry skies. The cultivation direction mentioned in it was definitely correct. While Zhuowen was comprehending it, he would definitely gain a lot of inspiration and constantly correct the problems in his cultivation. Let's refine the Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy pill first. Zhuowen wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he casually set up a defensive array in the mining area and took out the Emperor Pill Furnace to refine pills. The Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pill was a mid-stage Heavenly Ascension class divine pill, which was most suitable for early-stage Heavenly Ascension cultivators. Because of this divine pill, an early-stage Heavenly Master cultivator would have a very high chance of breaking through to the mid-stage Heavenly Master realm. The main reason he refined the Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pill was to fulfill his promise to Qi Gaoming and Meiying. It took Zhuowen half a month to refine the Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pill. To his satisfaction, he succeeded in refining the Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pill on his first try. Moreover, after the pill was successfully refined, the quality of the divine pill had reached top grade. Zhuowen carefully placed the 12 Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pills into a jade bottle and stored them in the outside world. It's time to explore the Massacre Heavenly Domain's Forbidden Zone. Zhuowen stood up and walked out of the mining area. He didn't go straight to the Forbidden Zone, but went to the Quiet Sun Spirit City first. When he left the Quiet Sun Spirit City, Qi Gaoming had said that he wanted to go to the Forbidden Zone with Zhuowen. Naturally, he didn't want to break into the Forbidden Zone. Instead, he wanted to travel with Zhuowen, send Zhuowen to the Forbidden Zone, and tell Zhuowen about the situation inside the Forbidden Zone in detail. Qi Gaoming had also broken into the Forbidden Zone in the past, but he had always lingered around the Forbidden Zone's periphery, not daring to enter the Forbidden Zone's core. After returning to the Quiet Sun Spirit City, Qi Gaoming and Zhou Xiuwei were ready to go. Zhou Xiuwei was brought along by Zhuowen's suggestion. On the way to the Forbidden Zone, he planned to impart all his experiences to Zhou Xiuwei. Now that Zhou Xiuwei was his follower, he could be considered one of his people. The higher Zhou Xiuwei's array skills were, the more advantageous it would be for him. In addition, Zhou Xiuwei's array skills were at the peak of the good fortune realm. With Zhou Xiuwei's perception and the experience he imparted, it was only a matter of time before Zhou Xiuwei broke through to the great fortune realm. Brother Qi, this is the Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pill. Take it. Zhuowen took out 6 Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pills and handed them over to Qi Gaoming. It's actually the Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pill. Qi Gaoming held the 6 Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pills with both hands. His hands were trembling, his shoulders were shaking, and his face was full of excitement. He originally thought that Zhuowen's promise to him would be fulfilled in the future, but he did not expect that Zhuowen would refine such a divine pill so quickly. Qi Gaoming himself was at the early stage of the great fortune realm. He knew very well that the Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pills were too important to him, and he also found that these 6 Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pills were actually of unique quality. With these 6 Supreme Harmony Spiritual Energy Pills, he believed that he would definitely be able to break through to the middle stage of the Great Fortune realm in the near future. Many thanks, Lord Zhua. Qi Gaoming knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times to Zhuowen devoutly. Zhou Xiuwei, who was standing at the side, was full of envy. He knew better than Qi Gaoming how precious the Supreme Harmony spiritual energy pills were. He did not expect Zhuowen to give out 6 of them, just like that. This was too generous. At the same time, Zhuowen's generous behavior made Qi Gaoming and Zhou Xiuwei acknowledge Zhuowen even more. They thought to themselves that they did not follow the wrong person. Zhuowen nodded and accepted Qi Gaoming's 3 kowtows. 6 Supreme Harmony spiritual energy pills were indeed worth Qi Gaoming's 3 kowtows. Let's go! Zhuowen took the dragon horse that Qi Gaoming brought over and leaped onto its back. He slapped the dragon horse's belly with his legs, and the dragon horse neighed and galloped forward. Qi Gaoming and Zhou Xiuwei followed closely behind. 7 days later, Zhuowen's group of 3 arrived at the Dark Rock Divine City. Mei Ying had already received news of Zhuowen's arrival, and he opened the city gates to welcome Zhuowen. Zhuowen noticed that other than Hao Rui from the Dragon Clan, Mei Su, Jiang Yi, and Great Guardianing Jia were not around. Mei Ying noticed the doubt in Zhuowen's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Celestial Master Zhue, Mei Su, Jiang Yi, and Great Guardianing Jia have all returned to Hongxian Divine City. Hongxian Divine City is our headquarters after all, and it's impossible for there to be no one to lead it." Zhuowen nodded and said with a smile, "City Lord Mei Ying can be considered to be riding on the crest of success now that you have 2 divine cities under your control." Mei Ying said seriously, "Celestial Master Zhue, you can't say that. I've said it before. Dark Rock Divine City will always be yours. I'm only temporarily managing it for you.